looking for the new world in the palace in the sun. On the shore lay Montezuma with his coca leaves and pearls. In his halls he often wondered the secrets of the world, and his subjects gathered round him like the leaves around a tree, in the clothes of many colors for the angry gods to see. And the women all were beautiful, and the men stood straight and strong. They offered life and sacrifice so that others could go on. Hate was just a legend, and war was never known. People worked together, and they lifted many stones, and they carried them to the flatlands, but they died along the way, and they built up with their bare hands what we still can't do today. And I know she's living there, and she loves me to this day. I still can't remember when or how I lost my way.
I've for years, man, I've been trying to face up to who I am and shit like that, but I can't. I don't know why, man. It's like I know where I want to be and what I want to do, and so I don't know how I'm going to come out of all of this stuff.
depressed about it, and I can't be that no more. 'Cause I really feel like I've betrayed myself big time. Because I think when I know when I was growing up, I had all the potential in the world. Now I'm back to being Mark, who has a beer in his hand, who's thinking about the Great American Script and the Great American Movie. And this time I cannot fail. I won't fail. It's not in me. You don't get second chances and mess them up. You'd be a fool to. Not just finishing films or in the long run getting some money, but it's right now. I feel like it's like I said 5, 10, 15 years ago. Now I've got the same options again, and this time I'm not going to fail. This time it's most important not to fail, just to drink and dream, but rather to create and complete.
Man, how you doing?
Hey.
You're just sitting there, eh? Hey, cheer up, man. The world is yours. What are you doing?
Just
What, contemplating what you did with your life?
yeah, sort of.
What'd you do with your life?
Well, what didn't I do?
Well, what are your plans for the future?
It doesn't look like I got much plans. So here's to the joys we had together when we met in June. Let us be the way we were. Sorry, I miss you so much since you died, since you wanted to die. So goodbye, dear. Hope you're in heaven where you belong. I was wondering, do they smoke cigarettes in heaven? I don't think so. I don't think so. I still love you. I'll visit your grave every day. Not every day, but I'll visit it sometime if I ever find it.
The boss looked at me in the eye and said, "Mark, I hope this is the beginning of a long relationship." I'll tell you what, man, that scared the shit out of me. Years of vacuuming at a cemetery, man. I don't see how people can go year after year at these fucking stupid jobs and not want to make something of themselves. I don't get it, man. But no, you ain't gonna see me vacuuming no floors. Give this a handful of weekends, man, and it's out.
You park your Raptor right next to my Raptor, huh? I've been, I don't know. I fuck 9-year-old women in the colostomy bag. When the women don't give me the Limoges, my Limoges whiner, look that up, or the Lalique Lovebird set that I want, then I fucking right in the colostomy bag. I give them a right in the colostomy bag, and then I pull their wig off, and I snatch their teeth out of their mouth, and I smash their pill bottles together like this, and all the pills go everywhere, and I cut their credit cards in half and make their life difficult. I
Just like you did to Paulo. .com.
She bought that beautiful Mobile Fabric Technica desk over there. It's beautiful. That roll front.
What a beautiful unit. How's it going, man?
What's going on, buddy?
Oh man. Let's just put this. Where can this go?
This is lay down, right? Yeah. Well, you know, when you're as good as
You got a crack team like us.
when you got a crack team, me, you, fucking who's that guy that went to RISD that was Devandra Banhart? Me, you, fucking we got Devandra on the team now. We got Stella McCartney.
We got Sean Modi on the team.
You got Sean Hannity on the team. You got Sean White on the team.
You gotta put the full filmmaking team back together again, dude.
You gotta get the Nick, who's the CEO of GoPro? Nick Lachey.
Nick Lachey.
But I don't think I don't think it's Nick Lachey married anymore. I think that song sucks.
Oh, this is cool. This is a neat little gimmick right here.
Isn't that? It's for the gambler who wants to know what day it is. I use that as like a negotiating tool.
How does that go?
So, for example, someone will come in and go, "No, there's a pick." Yeah. Well, it's always a really funny thing because I'm more cruel to my own pricing than they are. So, for example, like say there's something that's $300, and they'll be like, "Well, the amount that people are not willing to press me for is the amount that I was going to give away anyway. Like, I give it to you for $150, but they'd be like, I've heard like grown men go, he'll never do that. And like, that's just such a bad position to be in. Like, you should always just offer people an amount that's barely comfortable. Like, don't go like $10, but like, if you want it and it's $300, be like, don't get mad. Well, will you do $135? I know, it's less than half. I know. Sometimes you never know. Maybe you hate it. Maybe you hate it. I don't know. But like, people will always be like, so I always make them throw out a number. But if their number's like, the only people who throw out ridiculously numbers are old women. Old women have gusto.
Old women are cutthroat, antique.
They don't give a fuck either.
Okay.
And I kind of like that. I respect that about older women. They'll just be like, well, you won't do $75, will you? And I'll be like, you know what, you old fucking bag of fucking skin, I will. I like your fucking gusto. You know what, you old fucking stinky fucking dirty white sneakered piece of shit. I'm gonna kick you in your flat ass and I'm gonna say yeah. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll do it for $75 if I can turn you around, hold you by your shoulders, and kick you up your saggy asshole.
Oh my god, man.
If I can fucking pull your hair for like 5 seconds, then kick you up the asshole as hard as I can. What did I say to the lady? I said something similar to that. Like, all right, I'll do that. Let me throw you by the back of your shirt collar and the back of your pants through that glass window over there. And they, what the fuck? No. So this thing, I'll be like, it's like a game, you know. If it's red or black, red or black. You know, that doesn't spin. This thing's a piece of shit. Never mind, forget it. It sucks cock. It sucks and you die. What else has been going on? Anything good?
Let me get the good camera. Just roll them, yeah. All right, well, this is rolling. You want to do a tour of the shop?
Yeah. Let's do that. This is a pretty good one. I got this, but you don't wear hats like this because...
Ocean State Oldies Car Club.
Yeah, I'd make a car club. All Asians only. Only Laotians and whites.
I think there's a lot of car clubs like that, though.
Laotian kids?
Well, Asians only.
Asian only car clubs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, they came in here last week. It was really funny.
What, the Asian Car Club?
Yeah, one of my buddies who was in an Asian car club, he's this Laotian kid from Woonsocket.
What's the car club?
I don't know. It's high tech.
Yeah.
High tech.
I've seen their stickers around.
And he was like, he came in here, and this is the woods out here, and he was like, hey, dude, what the fuck going on out here? Dude, I'm gonna get my ass killed out here. These fucking rednecks are gonna be like, hey, who ordered Chinese food? Literally yelling that from front to the store to the back of the store. And one of them was over here like, yeah, man, we're gonna get killed. And I was like, you should go to one of the bars and go to one of the bars with the trucks outside and say, hey, any of you gay guys want to sell your trucks? Or go and be like, which one of you fucking homo rednecks wants to sell your diesel? Hey, is this a gay redneck bar? Because I'm a 28. All right. No, so I got my gas pump here.
Oh, you got a real gas pump.
Oh yeah, I got a real gas pump, so you can be an old timer.
Wow.
It's got the repop top.
Look at that. Beautiful piece of equipment.
When you're a big boy and you have a big boy garage, you have to have a gas pump in it.
This is for my Jay Leno garage.
When you're building your Jay Leno garage, see my Jay Leno garage is going to be filled with this.
Yeah.
I learned how to do that from that guy that said, "I'll rape you like my daughter." He's the guy who taught me how to design my garage. Who's the guy? I'll rape you like I rape my daughter. That big financier in New York.
People will know.
Yeah,
but this is his interior decoration style.
Well, he
is
taught
what
me
you're saying?
everything he knew, and he's got a fucking lot of good ideas.
Now, see, I take tips. I'm more akin to the Jay Leno type right here. This is when my dick stops working. I'm gonna get a few of these ASAP.
I'm gonna come into your garage. You're gonna be sitting on your fucking ass with your legs out in front of you, straight up like a kid holding a Tonka truck like this. I'm like, Sam, you all right? Want to go get a coffee? And you'll go, yeah. Let's go get a coffee.
I'd rather drink motor oil, Nick.
So this is I
Cool stuff, man.
it's been getting better. I'm a little low. Been selling.
You low on inventory?
I'm a little low on inventory.
You gotta go re-up.
I gotta re-up.
Oh, that's a nice piece right here. This shelving unit.
Baker. That's a baker.
Very nice.
I sold that to a nice guy. Guy that's lost his mind. One of my customers comes in. He's a 60-year-old guy that lost his mind. You can tell he was like a rich Irish guy with like money from Boston. And he comes in here and he's like, I'm just moving to Providence, but he's got dough because he buys good shit. And I hook him up real well. Like something will be like $700, and I'll be like, I'll do $300 on it. And he's like, sold, but he always buys. And it's really weird to see a 70-year-old guy lose his mind to Providence, which probably means he's in fucking that area there, RISD, where you turn your lights on for head and turn your lights on for rib.
Oh, the gay bay, yeah.
Yeah, he's a gay bay.
Lights on is giving, lights off is receiving.
Yes. And now I'm a rug salesman too. Not just the medjool guys now. We sell rugs, and this is the only.
It's a white guy's game now.
Yeah, rugs are not for the. They're for everybody now. And I sell a shitload of them.
Rugs is kind of turning into your specialty, isn't
Rugs
it?
is turning into my specialty. This is the best rug. What I like about rugs is that I don't tell my customers that I smoke on them. I like selling rugs for $2,000 and then smoking cigarettes all over them, and then I ash on them.
Do that a few more times. I'm zooming in on your face when you say that.
I feel like when I color the situation, it would be really bad. I feel like I color the situation with my rugs. I make them more authentic because I smoke cigarettes on them. I like to sell classic Hariz rugs and really nice Sultana bods that are covered in cigarette smoke.
Hold the cigarette right next to the rug and talk about why it's nice. What's the most expensive rug?
Yeah, I do got it. This isn't right here. This one right here. But it's not an Aja. What the fuck is it called? All right, look at it. As a normal consumer, you're going to be saying to yourself, what kind of rug do I get that's going to be hold value and it's going to provide a nice decorative floor covering for years and years? I always go with 125-year-old silk rugs. Look at the knots per inch on this thing.
Wow.
Imagine that. Imagine some Greenwich dickhead paid like $8 or $9 for that.
Now this is a treasure. You would not want to ruin this. You need to take care of this.
Ruin these rugs.
Heirloom piece.
These rugs are. This rug is a good rug.
So what you're saying is
This rug right here is the best rug. I got it.
All right, let's go. Where should we set this thing up and talk about shit? What's a good shot? I think.
Let me lock my doors. Shut them. So my storage closet, you fucking goon. Now get back to shopping. You fucking goon. Get back to shopping. Get back to shopping. I need to get back to it, you fucking hockey goon. I call 60-year-old women hockey goons.
Oh man.
This fucking chair's like nice and gay, man.
Yeah, we look like we're on the set of some Japanese show about molestation pranks.
We look like we're on an interview with Sarah Jessica Parker. Sarah Jessica Parker, 50 million. What was that show she was in? Yeah.
Sex in the City?
There we go, Sex in the City. I love reading those gossip columns, man, about Kim Cattrall. Did you see the thing? No, there's no way. No way anybody would have saw this. It's like why you can't, like, why comedians have to say they like other comedians. Like, you don't have to like Reggie Watts. Like, Reggie Watts seems like a nice guy, but he's not that funny. You can say it. You know what I mean? But everybody's like, oh, he's so cool. Everybody's so funny. Like,
I like Reggie Watts.
Yeah.
Well, I'm more worried about him ruining my career, so I have to kind of keep it.
Because you make noises too?
Yeah, well, no, I don't want to. Yeah, we're both just the niche sort of intersects, but I don't want to stir up any bad blood in the comedian community.
That's what I think a lot of people have. Like, you can hate fucking comedians. Like, you don't have to be like, oh man, they've been working the road so long. Oh fuck. He's a real road dog. Like, no, fucking, they're retarded. Like, they're fucking terrible comedians. Like, oh man, fucking Chris Rock's a fucking god. Alright. Like, his first specials were good. It's okay, he's not that fucking good, you can say. I don't know, it's just weird. It's weird to me how comedians can't go against each other.
They give those guys more like clout based on their fucking how many days they've been in a van over how inventive and cool their material is.
Yeah. Like
Rich Voss.
Yeah.
People like that.
Like Rich, oh man, he's done Letterman 30 times.
He's the real deal. He's the real deal. He's just been going from motel to motel doing like the same fucking thing that he did in like 1990.
Yeah, fucking Applebee's waitresses and shit. And, like, people being like, I'm the guy on last comic standing. Like, that matters. That counts for fucking nothing. It's like fucking crazy when I see that.
Perfect. That's the good angle.
Look at Mario.
Dude. Oh my god.
Easily the most attractive I've been.
Holy shit, man.
I'm going for 80s contractor. 80s gutter repairman. Legitimately, like, what's the look you're going for? 80s fucking gutter installer. Well, that's not gonna happen because your fascia board's all rotted. So now what? Answer me that one, Einstein. Oh, what's your plan for that one, Einstein? Riddle me this. Your fascia board's rotting, Einstein. He doesn't know how to run it. It's so fucking funny. What's your answer for that one, genius? That's how everybody should communicate all the time. Yeah. All business meetings, high-level fucking Goldman Sachs pension funds, like the Ohio teachers funds. Like, what do you? Oh, well, we're gonna divest from GE upon the company separating at $14 buy. We're gonna okay, but what happens when GE 4-year puts go up 42%? Einstein. It's the only method of business. The only way of doing it. The only way of communication is doing that. That'd be fucking mint. We should be Rich Voss. That's where we fucked up. We should have just done stand-up.
We could have done that.
Stand-up only. The stand-up tonight.
Stand-up only.
You could talk about being a road dog and
get away with
green room. You would?
You get away with more doing only stand-up.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd probably be a fucking drugged out mess like they all are in real life, though. Like.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a kind lifestyle.
Ugh. Poor Greg Giraldo.
Yeah, man.
I wonder if they gave him a hot batch.
I mean, it wouldn't
Harvard lawyer telling Dennis Leary that he's a fucking retard.
Yeah.
Maybe they kill him. So you wanted to talk about cars.
I did want to talk about cars because it's the second big purchase that people make in their lives, and I think most people are ill-equipped to deal with car buying and you're the car buying man.
Well, I bought a lot of cars in my day, and I sold even more of them than I bought. And you know, I
sold even more.
I sold even more than I bought, and my father and his father. I'm a third generation. For those of you who don't know, I'm actually a third generation car salesman. Salesman, both new and used.
Was your grandfather a car salesman?
I think one of my uncles. I think one of my great uncles was. I think it was like in the blood. And my father was like a 17-year-old car sales career start, like to like whatever he's 60 now. So like a 50-year guy in. And then all my uncles are, and all my cousins are, and you know, you worked in the car business too, and all my friends do now. And I really enjoy talking about cars. I like selling. I still sell cars to people over the phone. I've sold David Wayne his car.
David Wayne, the creator of Wet Hot American Summer.
Yep, I've talked to him on the phone. And it's actually a funny story because his wife reached out to me on Facebook because I used to comment about cars all the time on Facebook when I was like a fucking sad faggot, and I would just make friends with like all the comedians that I wanted to like work upon at their shows. And she would notice that I would post about like Porsche drivers and like people who drive fucking Mazda 3s and shit and have like a whatever. So she reached out to me one day and said, we're looking to buy a car, and I noticed that you always talk about cars, can you offer some help? Which I thought was strange. And that was Zandy Harding, who was also the one that was telling Adult Swim to take us off the air. But I'll get into it even more. So she came to me and she said she was going to buy, her and David Wayne were looking at a Nissan Juke. And I told her,
choice.
It's a fine choice. As a genius thespian, I'm surprised that much creativity and magnitude allowed you to be such a fucking retard on picking a fucking car that looks like a lotion bottle that's now discontinued. Like the car you wanted to buy, they don't even make it anymore.
And it sounds like it sounds like jerking off, like juke.
Juke, right.
It's like a mixture of jerking off and coming. It's like juke.
Jelking.
But I'm gonna juke. Yeah, jelking.
I'm gonna jelk.
You should call it the Nissan Jelk.
The Nissan Jelk, I lube it up and I can literally drive it right in my asshole. I can literally drive my Juke right in my fucking asshole, dude. So she hit me up and I was like, you can't buy that. And I do, that's usually how the conversation goes. I'll say, what are you thinking? And then I'll offer some suggestions if it's a very like broad buy. Like, well, we live in New York, we live in the Lower East Side, and you know, it needs to get good gas mileage, it needs to be small for parking. And I just want something that's going to run forever. And I was like, well, do you keep your cars for a long time, or do you kind of make money and trade up, and you always want a new car, and that's the way you think about things because you're a fucking idiot? And she was like, no, we're going to keep our cars forever. So at the end of everything, I ended up talking her into swaying her to a Jetta wagon, a diesel Jetta wagon, like a ripped out, like not Wolfsburg, like what's the ripped out Volkswagen, the GLI.
I think it's called the Ryzen Threadripper.
Yeah, it is called that. Yeah, you're right. It is. I forgot. In 2013, when I did this, that's right. That's what they were called. So, like, I called the dealership. You know, I was like, go drive one, see if you like it. You know, see if you dig it, and then you can leave. Like, you don't have to do the deal. I'll negotiate for you. I'll grind them down to a below invoice. I'll explain the situation that it's, you know, you and David Wayne, and I did. I fucking did the whole deal for them. Like, grinded them down, custom order color, which usually you get $1,000. So that meaning, like, say the car's 30 and invoice is 27. You sell the car for 27. They won't give you 27. They won't take a bunk deal on a car that they have to order, just because, like, now I gotta bring it in from another dealership, the paperwork, the time, I have to send a runner. There's literally no money to be made there. The only money is back end finance. So I still made them do it and get that. Oh my God, thank you, we're gonna take you out to dinner. It was at the time when we were moving up to Los Angeles, it's over there. And they were like, oh, I'm gonna take you to dinner. Never took me out to dinner. No thank you, no nothing. 7 hours of my fucking time on the phone, like I'm a fan and I owe it to them to do like 7 hours of fucking work on a car. Like, I wanted the fucking dinner. I want to go out to fucking dinner with you. And I want you to make me a PA on one of your fucking shows, you fucking prick. Like, I don't like you that much. I'm doing it so I can get something from you. Like, I don't know you. You know, you're not my boy. I didn't spend fucking years hanging out with you. I know you like nothing. Anyway, I get nothing. Tables turn. We get the show. I tell Zandy Hardig that she's a good actress. Zandy Hardig like plays a very stern bitch well. Like very like real miserable fucking. She'll pull it off. Before we kind of had any like show ideas, it was just like kind of like lining up like people we could possibly get that would be good for them. And I met with her for lunch, and she met me in Venice for lunch. And I don't know, it was just the weirdest fucking meeting I ever had. She was really stiff the whole time, and then a big June bug landed right on her forehead. First 30 seconds into the meeting, like a bug this big, and I'm not kidding, like this big, landed right on her head, and I didn't know what to do.
Damn.
So I slapped it off her head.
Damn.
I was like, I don't know what to do, but you have the fucking biggest bug like right on your fucking head. So I had to like do that. I just had to do that, and I was like, and it was very like, it was improv. I don't know. Sorry, but you were gonna get like mauled. The bug looked like it was gonna fucking give you fucking like MK Ultra technique. It was gonna like a drill was gonna come out of the head, like, tap you. But I don't know, just a weird meeting, terrible the whole time. I got nothing. I bought them a car. Somehow I'm a fucking asshole, and we should get taken off the air.
Damn.
So thanks for being a fucking cunt.
Zandy Hardig.
Yeah, that was not.
You
cool.
heard it here first. Thanks for being a fucking cunt.
No, thanks for being a fucking asshole to me, and you know you were. I don't even want to hear it. If you want to come back and be like, that's not how it went down, 100% proof, the emails will make you look even worse. Trust me. The amount of work I did, long diatribes about car theory and why you should not look here and the dependency. And then the diesel thing that had happened, they ended up getting full pop back from Volkswagen. Meaning, Volkswagen figured they fudged the fucking data on the diesel.
Yeah, the emissions scam.
They were cutting checks right back to everybody who had the car for like full pop to like make it go away. So like nothing bad happened, but I'm sure somehow they were like, he told me to buy a diesel car and it got recalled. Like, hey, I knew that. I knew fucking Volkswagen was doing that. I knew personally about $1 billion scheme, and I wanted to be a fucking cog in the wheel on that. Fucking dumb bitch. People fucking suck cock. But watching people buy cars and spending money on cars is incredible.
It reveals so much about their personality, and like it shows a lot of weaknesses too. Like the weirdest things come out.
Yeah,
people you think are normal, and then they have some weird car choice, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's why I had a suspicion you were a freak.
Yeah. You show up in a fucking like a real shit box, like
Audi Q7.
Yeah. Oh god damn it. Yeah, that. Or like Jeep Wranglers or something. Like go fuck yourself. Or people spending money like I would consider myself okay money wise. I can't afford to spend more than $6,000 on a car, for real. Like for real. I like to say, my new joke is, look at these fucking millionaires and their $11,000 cars.
That's like a very good point though. Like everybody spends, like you should not spend more than like 10. Like even saying this is totally irresponsible. You shouldn't spend more than 10% of your net worth on a car. But imagine spending 10% of your net worth on a car. Why would you do that? Why would you give up 10% of everything that you have in exchange for something that's like offers a moderate degree of like utility?
Like
it's crazy.
It's like buying like shoes for like $7,200.
Yeah. $10,000 pair of shoes.
People's net worth in general, like if you don't own a house, even if you just bought a house 2 years ago, you might have $20,000 in equity. And if you add that with your 401k savings of $5,000 for you young adults, 10 for a guy who's been working for 4 years, 35 to 50 if you've been working for 4 to 6 years, and like 100,000 for like people who've been working for 10 or so years. Like even if you have 100,000 plus 25,000 in equity, or 125,000, a fucking Kia Sorento is fucking 32,000 when you rip it out. Or like people just go buy like, oh, I went and bought a new GMC truck. It was just a GMC pickup. Oh, what'd you get? Oh, I got the fucking LT 1500 double cab. And it was fucking, dude, I got the best deal ever. And this is when I start to laugh. I got the best. There's no good deals on new cars, period. There's not one good deal. There's no deals. There's no steals, there's no deals, there's no nothing. Only pickup plow trucks. only Toyota Tacomas, stolen, below invoice, and F-250 gas plow trucks underneath $29,000. Super Duty 3/4 ton pickups with plows on them at end of March blowout price on plows, because truly you will never go down, but you did spend $30. But you average commuter car drivers, you SUV buyers, sedan buyers, who get it. Guys buying fucking Civics for 21 grand, you fucking asshole. You can buy an 08 Civic for like 4,100 if you look around. Go buy that. Go buy an 05 Acura TSX for like 5,100 that has like low miles on it. You fucking moron. Like, you fucking gay Italian girl. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, say my net worth's peaking around, call it 400. Who knows? But like, I drive an 05 Toyota Tundra single cab with 130,000 miles on it, and I'm fucking souped about that. I call it a sand rail. I call it a Raptor. I fucking drift it. I drink and drive. I drink and drive. I put weed in my car constantly. I drive with headphones, no seatbelt. Headphones for Spotify, no seatbelt. But people out there literally coming in and like, 2014 Honda CR-Vs or Pilots, when they don't even sit in the back seat, and financing away, and then wondering why they never get ahead, and then blaming God knows what on the reason why they don't have a fucking condo.
The rich.
The rich don't care about you. And it's like, well, what's your car payment? And they're like, $411 a month, and you're like, $411 a month. Like, how much do you make post-tax, you fucking cum? You fucking retard? Like, it's like such simple math. Like, a $411 car, like, that's so much money, man. Just so you know, that $411 is like $80,000 over 30 years on a mortgage. So, like, a mortgage is $600 a month over 30 on $100,000. And a condo, let's just say the condo that the kids that we're watching, let's be honest, it's what? How old are the people who are watching this? 22?
Yeah.
1, 17, 18, 19, 20?
Yeah.
Buy a condo. Get $7,500 and buy a condo for $125,000. Your mortgage is $950 a month with your condo fee. $950. Instead, you're gonna be talking to a kid you went to high school with who's like, yeah, me and my girl, we just bought a new Kia Optima.
Got a WRX.
yeah, I got a WRX. Is it an STI? No. Well, how much was the WRX? I got a great deal on it. I actually killed the guy. I love it. Yeah, you killed him. You slaughtered him.
I actually got a great deal on the Raptor though. I killed the guy, man. I really, they were hurting after I left that dealership.
I think.
You know what my monthly payment is?
It's low, right?
It's like $1,400 something like that.
That's low.
It's like $1,390 or something, like $1,370 or something like that.
It's like I'll have it paid off in like 7 years or whatever. Like the mileage that I put on my car, like Raptors are literally known to be able to put on 22,000 miles a year, like I drive, like you drive. And you know, when your Raptor has 162,000 miles on it, instead, like what's an 11 Raptor with like 175,000 miles worth? It's got to be at least like 100,000, right? But when you left, I literally heard that. It looked like the salesman got their asshole shot out with a shotgun. That's how bad you fucked them all.
Yeah, that dealership, man, the deal that I got on that truck, they closed down for the day because they had to go home. They were so fucking depressed and pissed off that they actually went home. And the salesman, he told me, he said, hey man, I feel like even though I just sold you a car, I feel like I just made a friend. He did say that.
Did he?
Yeah, he did say it.
Of course.
And I said, you know what, man, you're right.
You know what, man? It's funny because I went in that dealership the next day and there was like broken glass all over the fucking showroom. And I was like, what happened here? And it's like, the guy was really choked up, and it was kind of weird to watch like a Portuguese guy from Fall River Ford where he bought it be choked up over like, and I was like, what's going on? And he, real serious Tony was like, I fucking kicked the gun out of the owner's hand before he tried to shoot himself. And I was like, what, really? And he was like, I went up to the office after the Hyde deal on the Raptor, and he was looking at the numbers, and it's like, we took a loss, and he pulled out his drawer, and went to the drawer, pulled out his handgun, and I dove across the fucking desk, and I pushed the gun out, but the gun went off and shot the glass, and I saved his life. And then we had 20-year-old Scotch after that saying, you saved me. That Hyde Raptor deal.
That Hyde theft.
That ski mask wearing fucking $1,400 a month robbery. That Ford Finance is literally sucking my finance manager off for it. Ford Finance, because Ford does all the financing house when you buy a new car. Ford did the back end. They called you and they were like, man, I gotta get there and suck that finance manager off for getting that 1411 over 72 at 6.6%.
Oh my God, man.
Well, you know, we watched. Where were we? Where the fuck were we when we saw like oh no, I remember. It was when like Cameron Tang was telling me he wanted to buy a fucking Audi.
Oh man. I guess it's a fucking douche.
So we went to.
Well, here's the back end backstory. Is Cameron Tang? He was he was an executive. He was an executive. I don't know what he did, but he looked at you. His job was to look at YouTube videos all day and go, "Oh, that's cool. That's chill. Oh, that's not cool. That's not in." At Adult Swim, and now he works at Complex, which is some like skateboard.
Does he work there?
Media. Yeah, I think he does videos for them.
I think that's a hoax.
Is it?
It's like the time I showed you the thing.
Is that fake?
It's fake.
Oh, that's funny.
It is funny though.
That's kind of funny.
It was kind of funny.
I would expect him to work at Complex though.
I know. But I don't want you to walk into that like when I showed you that limo driving backwards and it was CGI. I'm like, Sam, did you see that fucking video of that limo driving backwards? And he was like, what? And I showed him this video and it was like fucking CGI and I thought it was fucking real. So I'm a 90-year-old fucking Portuguese guy that doesn't understand the fucking internet, and I backed right into that one.
Damn.
Or the time Titan did the thing. Remember the Titan where he was like, well, fuck it, we'll do it live.
What's the Titan thing?
Titan, the American Gladiator that flipped out and copied the Bill O'Reilly, fuck it, we'll do it live, and I didn't know it was a hoax because I was on fucking 90.
What did Titan not know, though?
No, Titan, remember the American Gladiators?
Yeah.
And he was like, fuck it, we'll do it live!
Yeah.
And he was copying the Bill O'Reilly thing.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh, I didn't. Did I know that?
I thought I did that in one of the memes that we had, and I was like, did you ever see Titan flipping out on stage?
Oh, okay. I do remember that.
No, Nick, man.
Anyway, this kid Cameron Tang is he's just a fucking loser.
He's alright. He's tough.
I remember we were talking about it was during the election when we were shooting World Peace Season 1, and he was like, "Oh man, you guys like Trump? Like, what did he even do?" And I was like, he took a loan of like $1 million or whatever the loan was from his father and turned it into a $10 billion business. And Cameron was like, big deal, dude. Give me $1 million, I could do that. Like he's very LA, and I was like, dude, that's like 10,000% return or like 100,000% return. Do you understand how good you would have to be to do that? And he's like, dude, $1 million, $5 million, I could do that. Anyway, that's the type of guy this.
And I was telling so I ended up giving a lot of people car advice over the years on people like that, and it was like a nice thing that I did. Like in reality, like it was like a thing that I thought that was like I'm gonna do this for free. I want dinner. I want like a $100 dinner.
It's very helpful. It's a thing that
I'm gonna save you money.
A thing that Nick does to save people, like potentially, like if you make the wrong choice and you get screwed on your choice, you're out like what, $6,000?
6 years of your life where you can't buy a fucking house because you bought a fucking Camry.
Yeah, like it's a very helpful thing, and to reciprocate, like paying, he expects to be paid in like a nice dinner or whatever.
Yeah, clams.
Like, it's not. Just buy the fucking,
Zupa.
Just buy it. It's $100.
I want gnocchi. I want fucking cocktail. I want fucking ribeye steak.
I want red sauce. I want the red sauce.
Marina. I want bolognese and marina. But I was talking to him. I was like, dude, don't. He was like, I'm gonna buy an Audi A3 wagon. I said, don't buy an Audi A3 wagon. If you want, go buy a used Lexus CT 250, which is the terrible. And he ended up going to leasing 2 brand new CTs. And I was like, how much fucking money do you think you make? I don't even care because I know how much money you make, and the answer is $125,000.
He leased 2 Lexus.
Him and his girl both leased 2 CT Lexuses. I've seen this stuff. But you know what? I'm not even gonna bust his balls. Everybody, all your boys, you're gonna see kids you went to high school with like new Yukons and shit. And it'll don't get me wrong, it bums me out too. Like I want a new Yukon. I want my wife to have a fucking Suburban, like a brand new 2017 Suburban, and I want a Denali HD. I can't fucking afford it. No one can fucking afford it. Like it's like a retirement thing. Like it's fucking crazy, but everybody does it, and
it's one of those things in life where it's like getting duped into going to college, or it's like getting duped into going to college. Yeah. It's one of these things where you see everybody else like lambs to the slaughter, being okay with going out and spending this much money. It doesn't mean it's okay.
Yeah, and that's one of the ones that's not okay. That's like one of the ones that's like the casual drinking that's like so norm now. Like the crazy alcoholism kind of shit that like I see on Instagram. Like normal people that are like Fireball Monday, and I'm like, that's like fucking alcoholic shit. Like I love drinking. Don't get me wrong, I love it. Look at my chin. But like, I don't think it's like, you don't see me posting pictures of me like fucking drinking on Monday morning and shit, and like, oh, brunch on Saturday, fucking Fireball all Saturday, Sunday, Monday, my skin, I'm gaining weight. But like, it's just like, it's fucking insanity. And I watch people do it all the fucking time. That's not okay. People buying cars, same thing. Like, oh, I bought a new Nissan Murano. A fucking Nissan Murano is fucking $33,000 when you're not gonna leave with an S. You're gonna leave with the SL. You're gonna leave with, leather or a roof or something. You're gonna get tough. But even if you don't, I shop the price around. You have to spend $30,000 over 5 years. Like, buy money now. So say for example, what do you mean I can't buy a house? Say you buy a Nissan Murano. Say you're well-to-do. You've been working for 3 years. You've saved $25,000. You've done all the right things. You've saved $20,000 to $50,000. You go to the bank or you go to buy a Nissan Murano. They go, good news, Mr. Ragosi. They're gonna go. The cars you're looking at is $33,000. We're gonna sell it to you for invoice for $30,000. Your payment on that with $2,000 down is $517 a month. Oh, that's so much. And okay, I want to sell it for $1,000 cheaper. Okay, it's $20 more. Oh wow, it's $498 a month. Deal, I stole it. $498 a month. Good. All right, now I gotta get a house. You go to the bank. You say, hi, Mr. Banker, I want to buy a house. I'm looking at this condo. I have my 3.5% down or my 5% down. It's $125,000. That's $6,500 down, $7,500 down. They're gonna go, all right, good. And how much money do you make? Well, I make fucking $42,000 a year. All right, after taxes, it's 30 over 5 weeks. I take home like $486 a week. Now, how much are you on the hook for? Well, my Murano, $486. Well, how much is your Murano payment? It's $486 a month. How much for your insurance? It's $112 a month. Okay, so I'm at $600 a month. Oh, okay. Well, you divide that by 4, you $150 on a week. Okay, so you actually take home $300, and you are able to lend up to $320 a week. $320 a week. You know what that fucking buys you? It buys you nothing. Now you can't buy a house because you bought a Murano. Because you're only allowed 36 to 42% of that income. Like, that's what they kind of base on how much you're worth giving, in a house situation, that and your credit score and your money down. But like, you can't buy your way out of that problem. You can't even fucking work your way out of that problem. Because good news, now you go, oh shit, I shouldn't have bought a Murano. Okay, let me go get rid of the Murano. Okay, good news. Hey, Mr. Ragosi, what are you doing back here so soon? You want another Murano? No, actually, Mr. Portuguese man, I gotta get rid of my Murano because I'm trying to buy a condo. Oh, well, the funny thing is, I can only give you $16,000 for it. It's like, well, I just bought it like 6 months ago for like $30. It's like, fucking the incentives on the new one are 0% financing that you took advantage of, and I can't offer that on a used loan with miles. You understand how that works? And I gotta make money. Now you're $15,000 upside down. You're in a fucking trap over a Nissan Murano, and that's everything in the car business, and nothing that's not. I promise. That nothing is not that. It's always Portuguese. Well, we have a lot of Portuguese car salesmen around here. Like, that's why I say that. Like, if you grew up around here, you don't.
Actually, Mr. Portuguese man, I was wanted to sell back to you.
Like, people think it's like, oh, well, no. There's fucking tons of Portuguese car salesmen around here. Like, go to Fall River. Go to, like, I work for Scott Braga and like Roy Barbosa.
Scott Braga.
I told you have to go to the cars. Nicky boy, we have to unload over 200 cars and trucks this month. Sammy boy, we have to unload over 150 cars and trucks. You going on vacation to the Azores.
Listen, here's how the incentive is going to work. And when they come in, they say, Pablo the Mumu guy, the bag, and we're going to give them the fresher fish.
You're gonna get a nicer orange car with a purple for a little bit of color, so I make it a pop. Oh, that's what I want to target. Yeah. So, like, our parents are the worst. No, not our parents. Well, yeah, our parents' generation. I do hate 60-year-old
baby boomers.
Baby boomers.
That's what I was talking about with Don.
Really?
Yeah, how bad baby boomers are.
They're the fucking worst.
They took all the money and they just sat on it and fucking Don was talking about his like when Don was like fucking like hard up, like had no money and he needed to get some tooth thing fixed for like $1,000. He was saying that he was getting calls from his dad, like updates on his dad's like Ural motorcycle restoration. Like as he's sitting there with this like fucking tooth, like a fucking something near his skull that's gonna cause an infection. It's got $1,000 to fix. His dad's like, guess what part came in from eBay today for the Earl motorcycle?
An Earl, like a 30s Earl.
Like the little fucking fagman bike. Yeah.
My dad did it to me with cowboy boots.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of.
It's fucking. But so they come into my shop and they're guys that are like I had this fucking asshole one time trying to tell me some fucking shit about collecting rookwood pottery, and him bragging to me that in 2005 he made $135,000 on a house flip, and I was like, listen, like in 2005. I made $130,000 on a house flip, you fucking moron. Everybody made $130,000 in 2005. You're gonna like put yourself out there to tell a story where you made a wallop and it was 130 in 2005 on real estate? That's like a fucking some guy telling you that he made $1,000 on Bitcoin in 2016, and he's like fucking bragging about it, and I'm supposed to take this guy serious like he has something over me. You fucking clown. Our dads blew it so bad, and they partied, and in the 80s they did coke and they drank, and now they're like Bud Light men, and they're really stupid.
Hop men.
Yeah, they're malt man.
They got too many hops up in the noggin.
Fucking houses like, oh man, back in the day, my parents bought my house for $30,000. You know what they should have did? Bought all of them. Bought them every time they had savings. They had these like things that happen in their life. Like Bitcoin is one in our generation. Like we're gonna get like a bunch of cool people are gonna get free money for this little thing. Not free money, but we're gonna get, this is our shot, this is our .com boom, or whatever. They had like the fucking,
They had fucking like 20 years of
a lot of them. No internet. Imagine buying land in 1981 with no internet. Like guys that owned like gas stations and like antique shops like mine, people would come in and be like, I gotta get rid of this land. And they'd be like, well, I'll buy the land from you. What do you want? It's like, I just gotta get rid of it. I gotta get out of town. They've never heard about being ripped off before. So they had all the shots to buy like every land and deed and fucking, that you could do fraud back in the day. They had stated income. You could say what you made and they would just be like, oh, okay. How much do you make? Well, I make $40 million a month. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, sir. I make a lot of money. Well, how much, Mr. Rugosi? $40 million a month. How much can you fucking finance me for? 36% of that, right? All right, what's that buy me? Oh, $285 million portfolio, huh? All right, well, it'll take me a long time to build it. But like they had so many shots and they fucking blew it. And then they got equity in their house, like your childhood house that you grew up in and I grew up in. They sold it. They owned it for under 100. It was worth 200 or 300 wherever they were to live, even more in some major metro. And they just pissed through that money, and now they're 60 and they're like in their pension, like fucking around when they could have been like millionaires 4 or 5 times over. And here's what they got sold on. They would walk into a car dealership, and like my mom would be like, oh my God, I love this beautiful Sebring JXI.
It's blue.
It's a blue. And the car salesman would say some shit like, these cars got a nice little pop of color. And when you drive in the car, everybody's gonna be looking at you. And people would be like, oh, like that worked. And like
all the old car salesman tropes and lines from movies at one point they got that way because they worked on somebody.
And if you
that somebody is your parents.
And like I knew guys that would like, I remember working on the side, like I sold like Sam would sell, like very technical, like look, I gotta make $500 in the car, we're gonna dilly dally and play around, I'm gonna cut right to the chase, I need to make $500 total over invoice, I'm not making any less, I'll do it in 15 minutes, you can literally go have lunch, sign here, here, and here, and it'll be done. I'll pick, what do you want, a black one? I'll try to find you one, a gray one, a silver one, white one, I'll find you one, and I would do good at it, I was good at it, I was proficient, because it was efficient,
You were the number one Acura salesman
Acura.
for quite a long time.
Nice little season there. But Acura people are my kind of people. They're no nonsense, they're buying the car, they're good, they're not assholes. They know what they want, and I'm gonna give it to them. But I would sell Acuras on the side of like Portuguese guys. And Acuras are like yuppie cars. They're like nerd, Bostonian, like accounting people that aren't shitty, that are actually okay. And these would be like nerds, and he'd be like, Mr. Johnson, you are gonna come around the corner in this car, and everybody you work with is gonna be like, who's that? And like, I would be like, oh my God, is that gonna work? And like, I'd go have a drink, I'd have to like walk in the back and be like, I can't believe Mike Rabola is fucking grinding this like yuppie into this fucking TL. Like, how the fuck does this guy not get up and leave? 2 hours later, he'd be like signing the papers, and I'd be like, I've seen it all.
Damn.
I fucking see it worked. It fucking worked, like this guy. Oh man, you won't believe why you come around the lice on the shiny wax. Oh, $40,000. I better sign up. The guy said that people's opinions of me are gonna change based on the
shiny wax.
The shiny wax. Honey, do you hear the shiny wax? And they just stay there. It's like, oh god damn it. I would be like, listen, Manny. I gotta go. Like, just call me with numbers. Obviously, you're fucking eating all those scallops over the years. Fucking made you get fucking iodine poisoning. But the fact that shit worked for years, and oh man, I mean, the countless stories of your.
I think my dad almost bought a Porsche once because the salesman told him that Barry Bonds had a Porsche just like that one.
Barry Bonds. Like, why the fuck would Barry Bonds matter to your dad? Like, your dad literally never thought about Barry Bonds ever in his life. He's like an intellectual, he's smart, he's like this. Doing work, he's fucking consulting, he's like this. What did you say? So you're telling me the guy who slapped all those home runs out of the park drives one of these? All right. Me too now. That's fucking crazy. Like, that's crazy. You couldn't tell me I want a Rolex watch really bad. I want like an 82 Datejust, like the same, the plain Jane 82 fluted bezel, the shitty one. Mm-hmm. But if you told me like someone it's just insanity. Like, that's such an insane move. Like, dude, you know that fucking. Do you know that Trues has this watch? Did you know that fucking George Clanton has the Rolex you want? Like, and I like those guys, but it wouldn't mean a fucking thing to me.
Well, I kind of do want a yellow F50 because Mike Tyson had one.
Yeah, Mike Tyson's different though.
And I think John Carmack and John Romero might have had. I don't know if they had F50s.
Didn't they buy matching ones?
I want to believe that they did, and that would make me want it more.
John Carmack had an F50, I know that. Or a yellow something. I remember he had a yellow... Didn't he have a yellow Ferrari with a vanity plate that was like, not too ripped, but... it was.
Oh man.
The 355 with the two ripped?
It was probably so mint.
It probably was.
Yeah.
What's John Carmack doing now? Is he rich again? He's probably rich.
I think he's rich. I don't think he's doing anything significant. The games he made this game called Rage that was so fucking bad. It was like shocking. I think he's more concerned about graphics though. I don't think he cares about gameplay as much.
Really?
Yeah. He's a visuals like nerd. So I guess he's doing what he wants.
Interesting. Did you ever hear the thing that the BFG 9000 is the side of a building?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Did you ever see that? Like those guns are pictures of skyscrapers.
Damn.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, is that real or is that some Reddit shit that
it looks like it could be.
I don't know, that'd be nuts in gun design.
You know who Larry Ellison is?
The guy from Oracle CEO? Yeah.
I was watching a thing about him, and his buddy that co-founded the company with him was like, I remember I ordered a Ferrari 348, and it was going to be the first 348 in California. So Larry calls up a dealership on the East Coast and has a 348 transported out before I got mine. But it's just funny that I'm talking about 348s like that.
Which one's the 348?
It's just a miserable...
It's the shit one, right?
Yeah, it's the shit one, yeah.
It's like the bad years of Ferrari.
It's like this slightly cooler than the Mondial.
Yes, okay.
Is the 348.
Ugh.
They're hot shots riding around and they're fucking shitty, overheating, underpowered.
I like stuff like that, always assimilating yourself to like other people. I don't know.
People are freaks with it.
People are freaks.
Like, people go fucking really far.
The
with
first, like local celebridom, like, oh yeah, old, property owner, blah blah blah, bought the first, and I remember like hearing people like, oh my god, dude, like you fucking like, you should be a cutter. You should fucking cut your thighs, dude. Like, you should be like a country club cutter. Like, I would, That's the only outcome that would make me like believe that they understood, that they were smarter than that, and they'd be like, you know what, you're right, that would be funny if I was a cutter. And they're like 60-year-old like waspy guys, or like fucking like just like rich Jewish guys at like country clubs, like cutting their legs, and then them being like, don't look at me, like in like the nice country club like locker rooms, like cutting their thighs.
Oh my god.
And then like at 3:48, maybe next time I'll get on the ball and get on the list earlier. Like other luxury items they missed out on, like the auction, like the Sotheby's like charity auction for tit cancer or whatever the fuck it is, or for like bald kids, the bald Haitian, the bald Haitian fucking art auction,
The Bald Haitian Fund.
Oh man. Art's a fucking drag. If anybody's ever in, if you ever want to hear about how much of a shithole art is, there's a really wonderful store called La Trianon in New Barrington, Massachusetts. It's the best antique store I've ever been in. The guy's he's a very cool person. He's French, and he talks with an modulator. But he had the best collection I've ever fucking seen, ever. It was like more than 20 million in a building, in one building, and it was gorgeous, like Rococo and like Ormolu, early, like fucking early, fancy, high-end shit, like stuff made for kings, you know what I mean? Like 16th century. And he was like, art world is fucking trash. Like just like that, like really, but not like a piece of shit, not like a nasty guy, because I was with my wife. He was very like happy that I was with my girl, and like, that's what my wife and I did. We traveled around the world and bought things. He's like, don't buy shit, buy only good. Don't leave it for the scumbags. And I was like, okay, like he was trying to give me information. I appreciate it. But he told me about how art is such a fucking scumbag world. like paintings and shit like that. And it's all agents and like, you know, Gagosian, like Emilio saying, it's like, and they fuck the artists, and it's all like, it's money washing. It's just I can't wait till all that shit comes out. All the money washing of the art. From all the, the Pizzagate truths that are gonna come out. Black Suburban is following me lately. Following me around. Oh well. I'm gonna die.
Gang stalking.
My
My cell phone's been reporting on my position at all times.
Password failed. It just sends you things. You're like, what? Password failed.
So what would you recommend people do if they're looking to buy a car, they need transportation?
So if you need to buy a car and you're a kid and you have, I'll give it to you in price brackets. If you have $2,000, you're gonna buy, in 1996, you're gonna buy Lexus products. And the reason why I say Lexus and not Toyota is because you're gonna get all the free stuff from a Toyota. All the punch-ups from a Toyota plus sound deadening, meaning it's gonna be a quieter car. Nicer suspension, cooler looking wheels, better brakes, softer seat, better radio, more standard options. You're gonna get a sunroof for free, you're gonna get a couple of plug-in shit. You're gonna stick with Lexus or Acura, and there are a couple of models I'd like people to stay in. If you're gonna go with a sedan, you're gonna have to buy a TSX. The 4-cylinder 2.4 liter TSX motor is the best motor in the modern era, period. That 2.4 liter in that dual overhead cam, fucking whatever that you'll know it, people know what it is. Or you should be buying used Civics, used 4-cylinder Accords. The 4-cylinder Accord has the 2.4 liter that the TSX has. The Acura, the Lexus ES300 and Camrys, if you have to buy sedans. I don't want people buying, I don't ever want to hear anybody saying that Audi is good. There's no good Audi, period. Except for the 05 S4 with the V8.
Is that the Ben Margera one? No.
I think so.
The V8, I don't think he did.
No, he didn't have the V8. He had like the 01 blue one.
Okay,
the early one, but I think
the first V8 S4.
The first V8 S4 is kind of good. It's kind of like. And that S4 long wagon is pretty good. And the A7 is a very pretty looking car, that's all I'll say. But no Audis, no Volkswagens. I don't care about any of you fucking Volkswagen guys. I don't give a fucking shit about any MK2, I don't give a fuck about any R32, Scirocco, Rabbits,
Nothing. No Volkswagens ever. No Jettas. I don't care. It's all bad, all whack, worthless, constantly, never. And I'll show you auction results. So no Volkswagens, no Touaregs, no Audis. Japanese cars are really good. Just the older ones, old, used. Cars with the timing belt done is a big thing. You can look on the top of the engine. Usually they'll write when the timing belt was done. Buy weird color yuppie cars like the Lexus. Buy the Lexus in a mauve or a green or a beige or something weird, because the nervous eclectic buyer is so nervous that they did the Lexus maintenance.
More likely to be taken care of.
Yeah. And do your make friends with a mechanic at a dealership, like certified techs. Like find one. Like go offer that. Like I don't know if you're a photographer, tell him he'll do fucking pictures of his wedding or something. I don't know, but just become chummy with a mechanic, and do your timing belt. Change your fucking oil. Change your fucking brakes. Don't be a piece of shit.
What's the next bracket up from 2,000?
It's a $5,000 car. That's kind of where I am now. I've stepped my game up. I have a 2,000.
This is for when you're rich.
When you're rich.
When your net worth exceeds
400,000.
400,000. You can start looking at $5,000 cars.
You get $5,000 car. I have an 06 Toyota Sequoia Limited with 114,000 miles, and I paid $5,000. I bought it for my father at the auction. I bought it for my father as a trade-in from a yuppie. It has like Okemo ski stickers on the back of it, so I know it was like a yuppie like ski car.
So you know it's taken care of.
And it rode right, nice and tight. And I have a 06 Toyota Tundra single cab automatic 4x4. And I think everybody should be driving trucks. Good luck finding one, but you should be buying Tundras, F-250 Super Duties, anything. Everybody should be driving trucks. You'll never, like you didn't drive trucks for years.
This is the first truck. And I will say also, for all you young men out there, because we gotta admit the ladies are watching too at this point. But driving a truck, we gotta admit there's a certain sort of appeal that these videos have to the ladies. What has to be said about trucks is that you will feel more masculine. And why would I want to feel more masculine?
You do.
Well, I'll feel more masculine if I'm driving a truck. I don't need a truck. I can still feel masculine in a little clitty car with my clitty. Playing with my clit like this. I can still feel masculine in a Prius.
I still feel just as masculine.
Just get a truck. Alright, trust me.
No, the utility of a truck is will pay for itself 7 times over. And if you're just a good-natured person, if you're doing things, you will be like, you can move things around. Like you have an option. Like sometimes you have a fucking job just because you have a truck. Like if I found a guy that was like, Nick, I'll run anything, I'll do all your deliveries for you. I would offer that. Like I'd give someone a job. I don't want to deal with it. Don't show up here because I'm not going to give anybody a fucking job. But you could go to like a brick mason and be like, I'll do all your deliveries, or I'll do all your lumber deliveries, or I'll use my truck. Like having a truck is a big deal. It's like a job, and it's like a nice thing. It's like being able to being a cabinet maker, like just having a fucking car.
It's like being a lifetime master craftsman stonemason.
But just by buying a Tundra.
Just by buying a Tundra.
Just literally.
It's like you have the skills of an ancient cathedral builder to put those keystones in the exact proper location so that the gap in between the stones is thinner than a piece of paper. You are like that if you have an 06 Tundra.
Like Tia took one. Tia took one. Or whatever the fuck it is. You can literally be like one of those guys, like the god of
You'll be like the Angkor Wat's Garden of Babel building.
Fifth son.
Stone masters. If you get that Tundra.
Yeah, like the aqueducts, the mica aqueducts in Teotihuacan. Like you knew how to build that because you have Tundra now. Say that on a job interview. It'll definitely get you the job, 100%.
That's really funny.
I was watching that. You ever watch Ancient Aliens?
No.
Holy shit, man.
Is it good?
It's what I get, man. It's fucking people losing their mind. It's over. Like, I don't know. I just feel like fucking shit, dude.
Damn.
Fucking, it's wild.
They're coming back?
They're gonna rape me like they raped their daughter.
Damn.
I love that. I think that's the best.
It's one of the funniest lines.
Like, for all of you, like, you know me. I'm like an out-of-touch comedian, right? I'm like in the world, like, you know what I mean, because we work together. But I'm really not like in on meme culture. Like, I really don't know what's up.
You barely use the computer.
I barely, seriously.
You use it for
I don't know how to use 4chan.
You
Like,
use it for Pandora.
I couldn't search for shit on 4chan. I really couldn't if I wanted to. I do Reddit frequently, but that's not a good thing. That's like a lame thing that I do. But how the fuck meme guys, who are like hard Pizzagate meme guys, how the fuck they haven't been saying that one? I'm gonna rape you like I raped my daughter. Like, that should have been the fucking, like, I would have been saying that fucking shit everywhere if I was 14.
Plastered all over the web.
Like, that's the new swastika.
I'm gonna rape you like I raped my daughter.
I'm gonna rape you like I raped my daughter.
Dude.
Quote. It's like
That's a fucking hard-hitting line.
It's fucking insanity, man. It's like when I was, you know, when you were in high school and you used to draw swastikas and the ketchup on your like home fries, and like let the waitress see you, like joke around, like just like let her see you. But I would be like, if I could, I would write like, I'm gonna rape you like I raped my daughter and ketchup on my home fries.
Oh my god.
Like, it's not Harvey Peacock. No, who is it? It's you'll find it. It's the New York financier, right? No, that guy's gotta go down. Cannot rape your daughters and get away with it. Not in 2018.
Not permitted.
If Ray Rice can't knock his fucking girlfriend's teeth out, you can't rape your daughter. If NBA Youngboy can't pull his girlfriend down a flight of stairs, then you can't be raping your socialite daughter.
Damn. All right, what's the next step up? Would you ever recommend that they spend more than $5,000?
Well, say like you're just like, Nick, this isn't gonna fly. Like, I am a rich, established trust fund yuppie. I am a Smith College graduate. I am a professor. I mean, we got some pretty smart people out there.
We got a lot of professors watching Hide Wars, probably taking notes for their next lecture.
Yeah.
I don't think they're here for the entertainment value. They're probably just here for the academic value.
Yeah, the juxtaposition. But if you have to buy a new car, you absolutely have to. You can't. First of all, you never lease a car. Unless you're literally on a temporary work thing where it doesn't make sense. But you should make your company pay for that. And even then, I would take the $500 a month stipend from that and then just buy a piece of shit car for $2,000 and buy one of those. Like, if you have to, you can buy, the only new cars you can buy that are new that you make money on are the F-250 pickup that I was talking about with the plow on it.
I want an F-250 pickup.
They're pretty nice. Wait till they make the F-250 Raptor with like a 7.8 fucking like supercharged like freak show motor.
That would be cool if they did that.
You hear the Mercedes came out with a 7.3?
The truck?
No, Mercedes. You know how it's a 6.3?
Yeah.
AMG, the new 63 cars.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think they're releasing a 7.3 motor.
That's cool.
That's gonna be so good.
But I like the smaller V12s though. I haven't heard a large. Like the thing, like the Dodge Viper motor, the V10s and V12s when they're bigger displacement, they don't sound as good. I like the smaller ones. The small, like the Lexus LFA. That's a great sounding V10.
I like the Lexus LFA a lot, and I think it's a flop.
I don't think it was intended to be a commercial success, but it's definitely not a car that's like looked back at
as like a moment,
as a very significant moment in time. But it really is an excellent, like, beautiful car. I think.
I agree. I think it's a fucking awesome car. I love anything that Lexus does. I like the NSX. I like the LFA. I don't like Aston Martins and shit like that.
And Nick knows that an NSX is not a Lexus, obviously.
Right, no, yeah.
Comment, people started...
I know it's an aluminum chassis V6 race car, you fuckheads.
Heating up the keyboards right now with the comments.
I also know that Jerry Seinfeld loved the first new body NSX, too.
Do you like the new NSX?
No.
I fucking hate that car. It was designed by a woman, too, you know that?
Really?
The lead designer is a woman. That's why it's so vaginal. And there are so many, like, shallow V's all over the car. Like the front is like a very shallow V.
Yeah.
It's because women like that shape because it's vaginal, like a valley.
Guys like this. I'm gonna draw my car.
That's the Dodge Viper right there.
I drew my car. It's like. It's so fucking ridiculous. I can't wait till my customer turns around the price tag and sees a dick car on it.
Yeah. They're gonna go, this looks like a nice little piece here. Oh, I see.
Oh, it's a dick car. It's the Porsche Panamera. The Porsche Panamera does look like a sack and balls, though. Like a dick. It's like a. It looks like the dick for the ambiguously gay duo car.
Yeah.
Like,
Man, the fucking
it's so funny with that car. Like, if you did a joke where you talked about how that car looks like a dick and balls, and then the grill just started like coming out of its mouth. It was like, oh yeah, and the guy kind of like, maybe you sold the car to the guy like it did look like dick and balls. No, let's be honest, I was on a fucking cock. And the guy's like, yeah, it does. I don't have a problem with it. And he's like, me do I. And it's the salesman. They're like, well, check this out. And then like he honks the horn or something, and it just gushes out like 15 gallons of like fucking like cum like all over the front. How's that?
Yeah.
How's that?
That's a really good sketch idea.
It's a good bit. It's a bit I'm working on.
It's still rolling.
But no, if no cars over 10 grand really. And if someone's gonna give you a car, just drive that. Just drive the car people give you for free, like your aunts or your dad or grandmother or whatever. Drive your grandma's car. Fuck it, be nice, drive her around, give her rides, offer it to, but don't be buying cars in fucking your life. But buy houses, buy condos really early. And if I ever do the finance rules, if I'm not ever wrapped, I want to do but just buy entry level houses and then start there, and always have a home for yourself. I used to hate it, and I went through it's a love and hate, because when I first met you, I was in like hate mode of houses. I fucked myself over. But I just did the wrong things. I was fucking stupid. I spent too much. And if I didn't do that, I was just like slowed my fucking roll, and I was just like, all right, I'll stay here, I'll just pay for this thing, or I'll rent it out. Why wouldn't I just rent the fucking such a fucking just rent out your house if you can't afford it. Like go live with your friends, or take a roommate, and like take an Uber job. But your house, unless you live in New York or LA, which you shouldn't. You shouldn't, and you should. If you live in New York or LA and you watch this, move out of New York and LA.
Yeah, you shouldn't be living somewhere where the cost of living makes it so that you can't possibly save money, even if you do.
Yeah.
Even if you do the right things and you don't own a car, and you can't save money, you need to look at fucking why that is, and why that is because the cost of living is so ridiculously high. You gotta get out of there.
Yeah, like I don't know if you think you're gonna meet like some fucking dream girl trust fund. Like, yeah, that's good, but she's probably like a vapid piece of shit. That's gonna dump you in the first sight of someone with actual money, because it turns out fucking rich trust fund girls don't like fucking scrubs. Yeah, you might fuck around with them every now and then, but they ain't marrying your fucking poor scrub ass. They just don't. And if you got one hit at money in like LA and you made like a nice chunk of savings, go back to your fucking shitty hometown, or do some research and go to Buffalo, New York, or Pittsburgh, or like Ohio, or suburbs of New England, or Northern California, Colorado suburbs, Texas suburbs, North Florida, non-panhandle, other side, South Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Delaware. Like, go there and prosper. Open your cool LA restaurant in Delaware. Don't try to run with the fake money, because it's fluff, and they're in and out too fast. And I think a lot of people do that. They're like, oh, it's fucking like everybody in the media, everybody who makes comedy.
So many people go to LA and New York just because it's like they're like the epicenters of creative type jobs. But they go there. It's like salmon mating season or something. When you get there, you're competing with so many other people. You're basically trying to sell your time and your expertise for less than a bunch of other people are trying to sell their time and their expertise. And the net result of that is that you don't get paid what you should or could get paid for your time and expertise. It's like going to it's like moving to Chinatown and like trying to open up a dumpling restaurant.
Yeah,
or something.
It's like going to the job fair. The guy who puts on a job fair at a convention center and asking him for a job. Like it's like you need a job, so you move. It's not the land of creativity. It's the land of creative types. And creative types are fucking terrible.
And ultimately, creative types, they're like Chinese restaurant short order cooks. Like when you go into your office and there's like, when you go into your cool like New York City, second floor warehouse office where they have koosh balls and they have like a fun fun food brought in every morning or every Friday morning. It's like, oh, guess what? We got fucking we're getting tacos today, dude. Work extra hard, guys. Just remember that the people you're surrounded by, you're all like, you have to picture a fucking a busy Chinese kitchen, sizzling woks, disgusting grease, gutter oil, frying and popping up in the air, okay, and people walking around. Okay, that's where you're working, because that's the type of price competition that you're doing. You're like, oh yeah, I'll grind my fingers into this keyboard extra long for $70,000 a year, for the promise of $70,000 a year, even though right now it's 55, and even though 55 is not even enough to live in New York City, and 70 is like, I guess I could save like $12,000 a year, which is not that much money and it's not worth it. But all right, that's what fucking creative.
You're getting that done really good, man.
That's what being creative in New York and LA is like, though.
It's true, and it's anybody who would consider themselves a creative type, like, oh my god, man. I remember when I first moved to LA, I was so scared of like not getting a job. Like I just don't like not working. It's just a fucking, it's an insulting place to be. And some people think it's funny. Like I don't think it's fucking funny.
It's not funny.
That when you don't have a job.
No.
And like people tell me like, I'm just such a fucking loser. I can't even get a job. Like, yeah, you are a fucking loser. Get a fucking job. I'm not gonna like pat you on. I'm not your fucking dad, dude. I don't like fucking, and I don't like losers either. Like I work my fucking balls off. Like nonstop, all the time. If I'm not working, trust me, I'm in my own head about it. I'm literally like, you fucking fat lazy piece of shit. You're gonna get passed by some fucking loser you saw 5 years ago. You're gonna get passed by. He's on a speed train. Everybody's working, and I like how the only people who think like that are like fucking NFL athletes. Like that's the only type of person that like thinks like it's like a me versus you or like a you versus him thing. Like I use those types of things to like motivate. Like
that's good.
Fuck it, I don't care. It's like NFL. I'm running my whole life like an NFL game.
Yeah.
I'm a steroid freak, Ray Lewis. I'm shooting my limo driver. But
that's the other thing. I mean, motivation. People are always like, people looking for motivation, or they want like they expect to find like nuggets of wisdom, of motivational wisdom, where it's like you just gotta believe in what. Like the fucking thing that should motivate you is fear.
Yeah.
Like, you should be afraid of being a loser and having nothing, and like having nothing. Like that's what should motivate you is fear.
Yeah, or being embarrassed over like, oh man, I can't eat food with you. I'm a grown adult, I'm 22, but I legit don't have any money because like, I don't have a job. Like, that's not fucking funny, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's fucking, you might as well tell me like, I have a baby cock and I piss in my own mouth. And I can't eat food because I'm embarrassed and I don't look at myself in the mirror, or like
isn't that
what the fuck?
Isn't that kind of cool and funny?
Like no, no, dude, it's fucking bad. And like, and not only that, like, get the fuck away from me. Like, I don't even care how unsympathetic that sounds.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. And it's just, I don't have time for that. Like, and people think it's funny. I think there's something about like kids these days that like, I'm such a fucking. Isn't it like pathetic that I'm such a fucking moron that I can't even do this or that? And
I think it's partially from shows like Workaholics and stuff.
Yeah.
And just there's a lot of shows I think that have done that's like a humorous thread that's been running throughout entertainment, is like the guy that's like kind of like he's quirky and cool and like, but he's like he doesn't do that job shit. Like
Yeah,
that type of thing.
I don't do the job.
That's the thing.
I fucking jerk off all the time, dude.
Yeah.
I bong. I bong and I crank it. That's fucking brutal. And to watch people trying to like, even like friends of ours or like, just like people who down the road, like along the way, it drives me fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like if you have like a physical ailment, that's one thing. Like if you like can't fucking like walk or something, or if you have like a blown out back and like you can't do anything, you should first of all still get the fuck over it, find a fucking job. You know what I mean? Or drive Uber. I don't fucking know. Be a delivery guy. I don't know. There's a list things on eBay. Like there's fucking thousands of fucking jobs. Thousands. But no, hearing like people making wrong decisions, like I bought a car and then I couldn't even afford the car because I lost my job. Like, that was your fucking plan, dude. I want to fucking kill you. Like, I think if I killed you, that would be like a better story that you got murdered by some guy you went to high school with or knew than you paying for the rest of that Murano. Like that's a better story. That's a more admirable story that like you were killed by a guy that was so disgusted by your car purchase. Then
You still have something interesting to put on your epitaph.
yeah. You'll be better than the guy who fucking leased a new fucking Altima every 3 years. Oh, and by the way, the new remember how the Ford Taurus was the piece of shit car of the year? Like no matter what, if you have a Ford Taurus, you're a piece of shit.
I don't remember that.
I used to say that. Like no matter what, if you have a Ford Taurus, unless it was like free, straight up free.
Our new Ford Tauruses not good? You don't like?
Nah, they're not as bad as they were actually. I liked them when they first came out.
I feel like from like 2015 on, any American car that's not like a throwaway car, like a Dodge Caliber or like a Chevy Aveo or something, has been probably pretty good.
Yeah, you know, I like the Escape. I like the Fusion. The Jeep Grand Cherokee is incredible. The GMC Arcadia is really good. I really like the Ford Escape. I think the Ford Escape, but that was all Alan Mullally. That was the Boeing CEO. He went there for like 3 years and like, I guess aeronautics.
Who's it now? Is it back to a Ford family?
It's back to, I don't know who it is. It's back to like fucking chunky, fucking gray-haired, fucking like cum slurping dildo sucker. You want me to suck the cum underneath the door? I can suck the cum underneath the door.
Jesus.
Zip tie my nuts. Zip tie my nuts. I'm the CEO. That's probably who it is now. That's how he got the job. He walked in there. Oh, damn, that guy's good. Like Tim Cook or Jim Koch, or the guy from Sam Adams. Damn, he's good. But no, so there's some pretty good stuff. But the new Ford Taurus, like the new like throwaway piece of shit, is the anybody who drives a Nissan Altima. Nissan is always a new.
That's always been it though. Anyone who drove an Altima is an NPC in a video game. That's a non-player character. That means they're nothing. They're just total throwaway.
They're NPC. Yes, they are. Totally in life.
Yeah.
I'll bet you their own friends would say that. They'd be like, "Oh, Matt, yeah, she's all right."
She drives an Altima.
Yeah. Or like women who drive Nissan Rogues, like sporty soccer player types with like no taste, like half lesbian
Hope
types.
Solo.
Hope Solo's pussy
Hope
types.
Solo car.
Hope Solo's got nice pussy skin though too. It's like a good look. I shouldn't shame, but no, that was fucking brutal. That's so funny. Hope Solo's pussy is so funny. Who is
Nissan Rogue is like a female MMA car.
It is female MMA car. It's like fucking Andreas Rojas, or like whatever the fucking that guy that's the champion of the UFC fucking. But yes, it is very much that, and it's always doing cunty moves, like doing bad driving moves with sureness is like the sign of a real cunt. Like she cut you off and you get the finger. And you're like, you fucking fat cunt. I will fucking stab your fucking clit and rip it to your fucking chin. I swear to God, today's the day. I'm gonna fucking... well, the best... I got a good takeout. story before it gets too long. The reason why I quit the car business was a lady named Maxine Richmond came into my dealership one time, and she was such a fucking uppity cunt. Like, she walked around the dealership, not now, I just want to look, like one of those. And I'm like, and if you knew my way of sales, she looked like the fucking asshole. If you were watching that situation from 20 feet away, I wouldn't look like a sleazy car salesman. She looked like a fucking cunt. There's 4 cars in the dealership. Someone's gonna walk up to her. Car dealerships, that's not the way. You don't like walk in and not get approached or greeted. It's just the way it goes. I'm just greeting. Drove me fucking bananas. Fanny pack, divorced, like unlovable fucking dog. Like a wet fucking dog. And you wonder why, these people, these fucking bags of salt. Like, looking at the car, she wants the Acura RDX when it first came out in 2014. They changed the body style. They're a nice car. Acura RDX is a really nice car. I loved it. For a nice small SUV. For the non-rogue girl, for all you rogue good news girls, you can get a used RDX and you'll be in heaven. But she wanted one, and I'm gonna go look at the other guy and then I'll be back. Okay, it's insulting, but okay. I was like, well, you don't have to do that, Maxine. I'll literally sell you the car for whatever they're gonna sell. I'll show you exactly how much these things cost, and I need to make a little bit of money. Are you okay with the business making a little bit of money to survive? Yes, but I want to go just because I want to see. Okay, they have she goes, talks to the guy in Cranston near the ACI and comes back. Cranston, Rhode Island is right near the prison. There's a prison nearby there. And I worked in Seekonk, Massachusetts, where it's my Acura dealership, first Acura. So she comes back to me because she's fucking now now she wants to play 2 people against each other because she likes the drama. She doesn't have a job. She collects from an old thing. I don't fucking know. Teacher's pension. God knows what. He's gonna sell me the car for $40,000. They were pretty expensive. They were like $43,000 at the time. He's gonna sell me the car for $40,000 even. I was like, all right, I'll sell you the car for $39,750. Do we have a deal? Hold on, I'm gonna call the guy and see if he'll do $37,500. She does it right in front of me, at my desk. She asks for a deal and then backs out of it.
Yeah.
So she calls me. In my head, I'm like this, and I'm writing it down. I was literally writing at this point. We were like, I'm writing down like I had like a Word doc open, and I was like, you know what you should do, Maxine? I want you to go back to that guy. And I want you to take a test drive in the car. And I know the test drive route that they take you on at the other Acura dealership. You go out down Route 37, then you come back right by the prison. And there's a stoplight right across from the prison that you take a left to go into the dealership. And I hope when you're at that stoplight, there's a prison break. And there's a prisoner from maximum security that scales the fence. He's big. He's Dominican. And he's fucking horny. And he gets to the fucking stoplight and sees you at the stoplight in your shiny, brand new Acura. And he says, I gotta get the fuck out of here. So, he's still got his pipe in his hand that he killed the guard with before he scaled the sewer pipe and then ziplined the belt over the thing like Tango and Cash. And he's got his pipe in his hand, he runs over to your shiny new Acura with a dealer plate on it. And he fucking pulls you out of the car and whacks you over the fucking, like right in the fucking forehead and the chin with a pipe and splits your fucking skull wide open. And then he realizes that he's gonna get caught. But man, is he fucking horny. So as you're just laying there in your fucking pile of blood with your head split wide open, he takes down your fucking tall, high-waisted Jordache jeans, unclips your fucking fanny pack, and starts fucking you. He's fucking you as hard as he can. And the zipper from your fanny pack opens up and the pictures of your kids fly out of it and up in your pile of blood. And in your sight line where your fucking face is leaking out blood, you can see anything but you can't even scream because you're quadriplegic now. The pictures of your kids and your family are sitting there and getting stained from the blood while you're getting fucked up the ass. To save $250. Now, Maxine, does that seem worth it to you? Like, I wanted to fucking, I had to quit the business. Like, I realized that there's just no bottom to what people's ethics are. And, and you literally, you want to kill people. It's like a murderous, it's so insulting. That
you see a really bad side of humanity because the interesting thing that happens. I noticed when I was selling cars that the customers are worse than the salespeople by far in terms of ethics, in terms of like how rude they'll be, how far they'll go to save a few $100. And I think the reason they do that is because that sort of like car salesman trope about how car salesmen are so shifty and like they'll undercut you for a deal or whatever. Like that gives people license to like look at you like an object or something. Like they talk to you like worse than you'd talk to hotel staff.
Like a hooker, for real.
Yeah. Like way worse than that. Because they have this like societal permission that it's okay because you're out to get me, so I'll be out to get you.
It's an ugly thing to see in people, and especially when they kind of like gang up and you realize like, oh fuck, you both fell for it. Oh fuck, you don't do homework and you can't figure out that like you can literally buy anything if you do your homework and research. But you walked in backwards one time. You crawled into a dealership on your hands and knees backwards. Got fucked over because you're fucking stupid and lazy. And then somehow it's every car dealership's fault for the rest of your life. And it's okay because they already have a stigma, which is fine. I'm not gonna like jump in on it. Yeah, car dealerships fuck people over, but
yeah. Well, anyway, it's like I used to say, there's nothing worse than a customer.
In sales, I got one rule: there's nothing worse than a customer. Thank you. I make fucking no money.
Oh my God.
I fucking hate talking to the people I have to talk to get my business.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you gotta talk to a lot of fucked up people.
Yeah.
To get what we want.
All right. Well, anyway, do you want to keep going? Or you want to pack it in?
I'll pack it in.
Okay. Do you eat?
No, but just made tacos.
Oh.
Barbacoa.
Oh. Might swing by.
Yeah, beefs.
Is that cool?
Yeah, come on by.
All right.
You can race me in my Sanrail versus your Raptor.
Two Raptors, head to head.
My
Right, y'all.
TRD Sandraper.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. This concludes Hide Wars number 20 something, maybe number 30 something. And that's it. Be safe when you're buying the vehicles. Any signing off notes there?
Fuck off.
Welcome back to New World Next Week. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com.
And I'm James Evan Pilato of MediaMonarchy.com. By your powers combined, I am Captain Planet. I've never said those words before. I'm a little older than that. But we've got that story. Plus, the Internet Archive is now a federal depository library, and I'm kind of concerned. But first, tech billionaires, rogue scientists moving to commercialize CRISPR babies. This from geneticsandSociety.org. Since the CRISPR baby scandal in 2018, no additional genetically modified babies are known to have been born. Now several techno-enthusiastic billionaires are setting up privately funded companies to genetically edit human embryos with the explicit intention of creating genetically modified children. Heritable genome editing remains prohibited in policies in the overwhelming majority of countries that have any relevant policy to this, and a binding European treaty as well. Support for keeping it legally off limits, heritable genome editing, is widespread, including among scientists working to develop gene therapies. A number of key opponents and skeptics are taking new steps to make their voices heard. James, it made me back up. Opponents and skeptics in this case being the ones that want to do all this. Bloomberg News reports that Bootstrap Bio, a company created a whole 18 months ago, has hired a chief science officer, opened a lab, and pivoted its work to genetic editing of human embryos. Based on investor information, it says that Bootstrap Bio may be planning to launch human trials, that is, using altered embryos to initiate pregnancies in 2026 or 2027 in Honduras, quote, a place where the company could potentially avoid U.S. regulation. So, James, I guess this time the Nazi babies will be made in Central America and not in South America. Boys from Brazil. Bootstrap Bio is not alone in early June. So again, James, all of this is like a whole 18 months ago, and way back in June, MIT Technology Review reported that Brian Armstrong, the founder of Coinbase, whose worth is estimated at $10 billion, had just posted on X that he's ready to fund a U.S. startup focusing on gene-editing human embryos and is looking for gene-editing scientists and bioinformatics specialists to form a founding team for the effort. I think the time is right for the defining company in the U.S. to be built in this area, Armstrong posted. It's kind of weird with these crypto bros. Meanwhile, He Jiankui, the scientist who presided over the creation of at least 3 genetically modified children in 2018, he's striving to reinsert himself into the limelight and vowing to continue his attempts to create genetically modified babies. You might recall, after being denounced as a rogue, he spent 3 years in a Chinese cage for illegal medical practices. There was a point where we didn't even know, he just disappeared. His prison sentence behind him, he has a new wife, Kathy Tai, a Chinese-Canadian bio-entrepreneur and former Peter Thiel Fellow, whom Forbes has featured in 2 of its 30 Under 30 lists, as chronicled in the MIT Technology Review as Meet Kathy Tai, Bride of China's Frankenstein. And of course, you got to see dude's account, on the BrainChip social media platform. In short, we've entered a new and more alarming phase in the struggle to orient human biotechnologies towards the common good and to prevent their use in the service of resurgent eugenics based in market incentives, genetic essentialism, and technological recklessness. It's time for the opposition to step up. And James, it just hit me. Imagine if people went up smashing CRISPR labs instead of the No Freaks, but maybe, we have No Freaks protests instead of the No Kings protests. We have covered CRISPR a lot in the 15 years of New World Next Week. April 11th, 2025, scientists genetically engineer wolves with white hair, muscular jaws like the extinct dire wolf. That's the most recent. Going back to 2020, 2 female CRISPR scientists make history, winning Nobel Prize in Chemistry for gene editing discovery. You interviewed Jonathan Latham on gene editing in 2019, and New World Next Week 2018, scientist announces gene-edited babies goes missing. And we will include just a search for CRISPR on my own, MediaMonarchy.com, and I couldn't find it initially, James. Didn't we cover CRISPR introduces hundreds of unintended cancerous mutations? Is that story gone now? Did I make it up?
I think we did cover it. I was also going through our CRISPR coverage, and there has been an awful lot. And I found one from July of 2022, an episode of New World Next Week, where it was a related story, CRISPR gene editing may cause permanent damage. So there was that one we were covering. And then I also found in May of 2022, we had a related story on CRISPR cockroaches. A new gene editing breakthrough makes them possible. Yay! Wonderful. So anyway, this is the world that we're stepping into, and I would say we are stepping into this, and now this is a reality which is coming. But in fact, I think you're right when you started this by saying, well, that we know about, as in, we know that there was those 3 gene-edited babies of this He Jiankui character who went missing, and, I guess he was in jail, and now he's out, and tweeting all sorts of crazy nonsense. But the real question is, we know about those 3. Do we really think it was only those 3? Even those 3, I haven't really followed that story since we were covering it initially, but I remember at the time, of course, the identities of those 3 children were obviously kept private, and all we know is that he was trying to edit them to make them HIV resistant or something along those lines, right? It was a crazy, crazy story, but the guy kind of just brushed that on the rug. There was those 3, he was a rogue scientist, he went to jail, poof, done. And no government has ever engaged in any sort of experimentation along those lines ever since. Just done story. I don't believe that. I would suggest people should reserve their skepticism about that. But yeah, anyway, even if that really is only those 3 babies, at any rate, this is a reality. It's already happened, and it is going to happen more and more in the future. And don't worry, guys. I'm sure the government regulators will come along to put some brakes on this. This story that we're citing here mentions some of the concerns, this safety concerns, lack of medical needs, social and ethical risks. And I guess that's a good way to start itemizing the problems with something like gene editing babies. How about just let's not tinker with the genome, especially heritable traits? Because if people remember my conversation, I believe it was that conversation with Jonathan Latham where we were talking about gene drive technology. It might have been a separate conversation. But the idea is that you can engineer, for example, mosquitoes so that they all have this one heritable trait. And then over time, that trait gets passed on until they all have that trait, right? Well, why couldn't the same thing be done with humans? And, that will be great. Once we start editing something into the population and over a few generations, every human will have this new trait. Yay, wonderful. Scary stuff. Truly, truly nightmare fiction kind of stuff. And maybe we buried the lead on this because you mentioned He Jiang Kui's crazy Twitter account, but they have some examples in this article. April 15th, good morning, bitches. How many embryos have you gene edited today? April 16th, I literally went to prison for this shit. May 24th, the world owes me a Nobel Prize. June 13th, I am the #1 scientist in China. This is the type of stable genius that is engaging in this research, and this is just because he probably is some rogue weirdo who's being very open about this. Who knows what is going on behind closed doors, but I'm willing to bet it's more than what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's always the lone rogue gunman that's always behind something. It's all Fauci. It was all just his fault in 2020 in the scamdemic. We'll take care of that. And the question, remember, we've asked, did they weaponize ticks? Still waiting on that answer from U.S. Congress. And that's how we get going on New World Next Week, episode 599, Netflix to reboot 90s globalist propaganda kids show, Captain Planet. By your powers combined, I am Captain Planet. If you were a kid growing up in the early 90s, then you probably remember flipping through Saturday morning cartoons and stumbling across a weird animated show about a superhero who fights pollution. And probably like most kids, you quickly immediately turn the channel. Captain Planet, infamous for being one of the dorkiest and preachiest cartoons ever made, which that's saying something now, preached to kids about the virtues of environmental panic and progressive multiculturalism. It was woke before woke was even a word. The cartoon, created by globalist magnate Ted Turner and produced by Turner Program Services and Deke Enterprises, DIC. Even if you were a kid growing up in the 70s and 80s, you saw the Deke promo logo, production logo at the end. First aired in 1990 at the height of the children's TV entertainment craze because Reagan changed the rules and made it okay to basically advertise toys to kids on TV constantly. The show was decidedly less entertaining and was more condescending in its message. And again, I never watched an episode. I was aware of it. I knew it was on, but I was already a little bit older than that. And honestly, I don't remember it being a Saturday morning thing. For me, I feel like it was just like a syndicated show that they maybe ran on the afternoons on Fox. Turner. Oddly, he's proud of some odd things, oddly proud of the show, and spoke about his hand in its creation with reverence. Billionaire elites often like to imagine they have a deep creative streak when they don't. One might have assured this terrible property would remain buried in the past and well forgotten. However, this latest millennium, Hollywood has zero creativity, suffering immense failure in content creation and desperately digging up any old franchise to rebrand and reboot. And again, when there's 3 corporations running everything, they already own all the IP for all the characters. Netflix has announced they will be developing a live-action version of the cartoon. James, I didn't even catch that part in prepping this. It's gonna be even lamer as a live-action. Maybe it'll be as good as the Lion King and Cats live-action movies they've made recently. With Greg Berlanti and Leonardo DiCaprio as executive producers. Of course, Leo, a well-known climate change obsessive, as he flies his private jets around the world with all his little girlfriends. In the show, Gaia, the spirit of the planet, assembles a team of 5 young and diverse planeteers from nations around the world. Again, it was multiculti back in the day. Who can summon Captain Planet. I think, they all put their fists or rings together or something to help them solve ecological and global problems by their powers combined. Yeah, Wonder Twins, activate. That's more my speed. To understand Captain Planet, though, one must understand Turner's extreme ideology. And James, it does feel like he gets a free pass anymore. We only ever talk about those, Bill Gates and those big bad eugenicists. Ted Turner's been at it a long time, and he's just kind of awkward monkey side eyes away. He's an elitist environmental religion leader of a cult, stemming from the Club of Rome's limits to growth studies in the 1970s and the launch of government-funded family planning programs to reduce and control the human population. Captain Planet pushed population control often, telling kids that when they grow up, they must not have large families or that'll destroy the earth unless your name's De Niro or Musk or Baldwin. The cartoon commonly terrified children with images of total destruction wrought by a future with global warming. It is likely that a Netflix reboot of the Captain Planet property will continue the environmental propaganda initiatives of globalists like Ted Turner, who is still alive, by the way, because he wants you to kill yourself for the cause. Certainly not him or Hanoi Jane. Corbett, I certainly don't remember kids being frightened by this. And again, it's maybe because I was a little bit older and I didn't have friends watching this. It never seemed terrifying to me, but I was also young and did not understand the eugenics Malthusian agenda. James, they're going to put stuff in there we've not even probably thought about yet that'll take it times 10.
They are, aren't they? And yeah, thanks for the warning on that, because I thought I could at least just safely file this away as, whatever, propaganda, but actually it will probably be interesting to see what particular propagandistic messages they are going to be implanting for the next generation, ? So yeah, James, for the second week in a row, you have triggered a core memory of mine. The Deke production logo. I do recall that from my childhood, but I don't know what from. Maybe He-Man or G.I. Joe or something. I don't know whatever. One of those 80s cartoons that I used to watch. But, yes, I certainly did not get Captain Planet. I don't know if we just didn't get it in Canada, or maybe I was just too old to watch children's cartoons by that point. So I never saw it, so I was not exposed to this particular conditioning. But I guarantee you, I know people who have been exposed to this, because I deal with this mindset all the time. And in this article, they provide some examples of that. And I just watched one of these clips about Captain Planet says, don't have too many kids. And it really, truly is just absolutely blatant in its face. Overpopulation, Malthusian scaremongering of the worst variety. Too many people. So when you grow up, kids, remember to keep your family small. It's just absolute craziness. But unfortunately, these are the kinds of messages that get embedded and stick and then get kind of pushed down into a core memory that you don't even know you have, so that you end up as an adult parroting all these things that you absorbed as a child that you don't even remember you got them from some stupid cartoon. Eventually you start to think, this is my ideology. I believe this. And I am convinced this is why I get so many vicious pushback emails anytime I suggest that humans are not a cancer on the planet, that we are not overpopulated, that the demographic crunch is coming, and that in fact, although a lot of people are like, good, let the population shrink, we need fewer people, what these people are imagining is that somehow the human population is going to shrink to some nice number, whatever that is, 1 billion, 500 million if you're following the Georgia Guidestones. Ted Turner, right? But it's just going to magically stabilize there somehow, and we're going to have all the exact level of industrial activity and everything with that magically smaller number that will just magically stabilize. Total nonsense. And I just reviewed a book in my summer reading list called After the Spike. That, yes, unfortunately does have some mainstreamy kind of propaganda embedded in there, but is an excellent refutation of that kind of nonsense, because no, when we get into the demographic crunch scenario, it is actually probably much more likely that we will just go extinct as a species, because there is a point at which you have civilizational collapse and population collapse that is not sustainable. There's no magic number. We're suddenly going to stabilize at a certain number. No, it just keeps shrinking. So we are facing the extinction of the human species, but I still get emails from people who undoubtedly watched Captain Planet as a kid and have that in the back of their minds. But no, I totally, for reasons that logic and evidence and reason and science, I believe that there are too many people on the Earth, James, and you're just weird because you don't believe this. Anyway, I think this is it's an important story because it's a window and insight into how people's core worldviews are formed. And yeah, I don't think it's a good thing that this is being rebooted. Hopefully it will be a ridiculous, stupid live-action reboot like all these other things they're doing that will be ignored and swiftly thrown into the dustbin of history. But actually, this article ends on an interesting note. Right after that last sentence you read, it says, though children's content from the 1990s is now often recreated and directed at adults. In other words, the new Captain Planet will probably be rewritten to target the same people who grew up with the old Captain Planet. Of course, this is nostalgia bait that's going to try to, hey, remember that Captain Planet you liked as a kid? Well, here it is again, and now it's, a new cool version. So, unfortunately, I think some people get caught in that propaganda matrix. If we can lure a few people out of that, at least get them to see the propaganda matrix, I think we will have done our job here.
I often like to joke that Gen X, we're the best ones. I had heard it mentioned recently that also Gen X are the ones responsible for the whole nostalgia industrial complex. The reason why maybe people don't really grow up anymore and they stay rock and roll, punk rock, maybe when they're turning 48. And James, the idea that when you pare down those numbers, only the best, coolest, goodest people will be left too. Only the bad people, the losers, will have gotten rid of. And you're right, man. Ted Turner has always been based in Georgia. CNN, the CDC. Are there any known connections between him and the Guidestones? Or you just
No, I have. So for people who really want the deep dive, I had an interview with a documentary filmmaker who did the deep dive and discovered and saw some of the documents and put the pieces together and unmasked the actual people behind the Guidestones. It wasn't Ted Turner, although there may have been Turner money involved. I don't remember it that well. It's called Dark Shadow over Elberton, I believe was the name of that. Just look up Georgia Guidestones on CorbettReport.com and you can find that interview.
Okay, and maybe we can add something into the show notes. I was reminded very recently, I always do a lot of This Day in History on Morning Monarchy. It has been the anniversary of the destruction of the Georgia Guidestones very recently. And that's one of those stories, again, as we've noted, many decades happening in these recent weeks. I always wondered if it was, of course, probably someone like us went and blew the thing up, but they never got any suspects, they never had any leads, no arrests, nothing. Part of me wondered if it wasn't them that did it as a dog whistle, meaning it is full tilt boogie now, here comes the scamdemic, we got a lot of good stuff coming up soon. And we can destroy the evidence that this is what we were following. I gotta admit, the X-Men and Batman animated series, those were on when I was probably almost in high school, but they were actually so good. It was like, okay, I can still watch this cartoon and still be an adult teenager. Oh, good Lord. This is New World Next Week, and our third and final story takes us to San Francisco and an article from their local KQED San Francisco-based Internet Archive is now a federal depository library. What does that mean? The San Francisco-based Internet Archive now has federal depository status, joining a network of over 1,100 libraries that archive government documents and make them accessible to the public, even as ongoing legal challenges pose an existential threat to the organization. California Senator Alex Padilla, recently seen getting arrested with Kristi Noem a few weeks ago, made the designation in a he made the designation in a letter sent Thursday to the Government Publishing Office, who oversees the program. In the letter, shared exclusively with KQED, Padilla praised the Internet Archive for its digital focus and said it is leading the way when it comes to providing online library services. The Archive's digital-first approach makes it the perfect fit for a modern federal depository library, expanding access to federal government publications amid an increasingly digital landscape, Padilla said in a statement to KQED. The Internet Archive has broken down countless barriers to accessing information, and it is my honor to provide this designation to help further their mission of providing universal access to all knowledge. Under federal law, members of Congress can't just show up to ICE buildings and expect it to be let in like Alex Padilla and others did so they could cause a big show. Members of Congress, however, can designate up to 2 qualified libraries for federal depository status. Internet Archive founder Brewster Colley said that while the nonprofit org has always functioned as a library, this new designation makes it easier to work with the other federal depository libraries. I will include the old Wikipedia link. The Federal Depository Library Program was established by Congress in 1813 with the intention of ensuring that government records would be accessible to the American public. Maps, environmental reports, health studies, congressional records, newspapers, and books. These records can account for millions and millions of pages that could take up entire floors of physical public libraries. The organization has faced legal challenges over some of its archival practices, some of which we have reported for you here, right here on New World Next Week. Its Open Library was at the center of a years-long battle after the big 4 major publishers sued the Internet Archive for temporarily lifting its wait lists in 2020 instead of loaning its digital copies to one user at a time. This is the whole Baudrillard copy of a copy. They still want you to only have one digital copy of things at a time. That's always kind of blown my mind, James. By doing so, the publishers allege the Internet Archive illegally provided free ebooks. Last year, an appeals court upheld a 2023 federal court decision that ruled against the Internet Archive. The org has had to remove more than 500,000 titles since that lawsuit started. One of the other biggies, and this was the one that I love, the Great 78 Project, has Sony and Universal all suing Internet Archive, an initiative to preserve 78 RPM records, the old ones, the shellac ones. And of course, they immediately have to admit, most of these are public domain and they have no legal standpoint to argue about it. 4,000 of the 400,000 digitized recordings are copyrighted, including, of course, the greatest pop hit of all time, Bing Crosby's White Christmas. The organization could owe upwards of $700 million in damages if the labels win the lawsuit, a financial hit that would threaten to shut it down. And James, I mentioned many times, I feel like I covered the story as it was kind of happening on my Morning Monarchy. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of those 4 publishers. And you look and find that Sonia Sotomayor has a book deal with one of those publishers. It's like, how do SCOTUS judges get away with such massive conflict of interest? And is this part of essentially absorbing the Internet Archive into the gaping maw of the state, James? Is this another one? It's getting sent down the hallway in the warehouse and you'll never find the Ark of the Covenant again.
Yeah, you know, that's what it seems like at first glance, right? And I did see this story when it was first posted, and I did make a note of it, and I was like, so what does this actually mean? And, you know, are they being sucked into the U.S. government maw? Look, I am no expert on the actual law at stake, the Depository Library Program, but instead of, we'll link that Wikipedia. Let's link up 44 U.S.C. Section 19 itself as well, so people can actually read the actual law itself. From what I understand, essentially what this means is that the Internet Archive will have access, will be guaranteed access to certain documents that they were not guaranteed access to before, and they will be able to digitize that and make it available to people. So I do not believe, at least at first glance, it doesn't put any sort of other requirements on the Internet Archive, and it doesn't have to, or it doesn't allow the US government to censor what the archive is doing, at least from what I understand of this. Maybe someone who has a more detailed, legalistic understanding of this law will be able to say precisely what this means. But as far as I know, I don't think it changes fundamentally the operations of the archive. And yeah, you just recounting that lawsuit about the open library just brings back the flashback to when I was warning about the Library of Alexandria is on fire. And, you know, how true are those words? Just a couple of years ago, I remember if there was a book, I could look it up on the Open Library and I'd be able to find it and look through it and find that piece of information that's buried on page 372 of this book from 1938. And there it is. And okay, good. I've got that piece of information. But now it's much, much harder and many more books are not available. So, yay, mission accomplished, library burners. I'm sure the Fahrenheit 451, the good people were the firemen that were going around setting fire to all the libraries, right? Those were the good people. Anyway, here we are, dystopian 21st century, and man, we have had a cavalcade of bad stories this week, haven't we?
Hey, and remember, just a couple years ago, they of course rebooted Fahrenheit 451 because they have to constantly again reboot their propaganda. I mean, it's a good thing. I know I wasn't propagandized as a kid, and knowing is half the battle.
That's a load of rich creamery butter.
So that story with the little, and again, isn't that a bigger difference? Because what's going to be on this new Netflix show? I mean, geez, they're gonna have transhumanist bits in there. So they're gonna tell you, don't tell your kids, or don't tell your parents when you start taking puberty blockers. It's like, well, at least G.I. Joe was just telling me, hey, dummy, don't go run on the frozen lake. It might not be frozen. Whew. NewWorldNextWeek.com is your source for Media Monarchy and Corbett Report gear. We have those 2017 USB Corbett Report archives, and we got the backups in as well, so we have plenty in the house, and those are ready to ship at NewWorldNextWeek.com. You can also, of course, find some gear. It's usually all made in America, organic. Again, it would be very easy for us to just crank out a bunch of crap product, but those aren't made in a good way. So why could we run our mouths here about being good truthers and then support those kind of systems? So the quality is there. So I think you feel good when you're wearing Media Monarchy and Corbett Report gear. CastBot goes well out of her way to make sure we've sourced some of the best stuff around there. And I do play the exclusive audio of these New World Next Week episodes after my Thursday morning monarchy. You can find that at MediaMonarchy.com/listen. And James, I would note, I think aside from, I'll give you all your regular doomy news and the murder and mayhem and Trump and all that stuff, but I truly believe Media Monarchy is a music education for people. And there's lots of people out there who will say, I don't like music, which I don't really know what to do with that, James. But let me just throw one little nugget here of the kind of things that we talk about and learn and sort of know in the Media Monarchy Kingdom. Those 78 records, they're not vinyl, they are shellac. And they are very fragile. You can just and shatter them. They are made from the excretions of the lac bug. So any 78s that you have, that is bug juice. That's crazy. I was also on a show called Eyes and Ears the other night. The Macro Monarchy Kingdom was the name of the episode, and it featured myself and actually got to meet Charlie Robinson of Macro Aggressions, and I learned dude is just up the road from me in Denver, so we kind of hit it off. So I would expect to see me and Charlie Robinson speaking again in the not too distant future. And a huge thanks to Charles for having me on Eyes and Ears. Again, I don't do a whole lot of media outreach, but I probably should. It would be a great way to get more people to join the Media Monarchy Kingdom. James, there is New World Next Week, episode 599. Do we have big anniversary ideas for episode 600?
Not yet. Let's put our thinking caps on. We've got a week to put something together, I guess. But in the meantime, I am busily behind the scenes doing housekeeping, as it were, with regards to the massive data leak, which I just talked about at CorbettReport.com. So I'm fielding a lot of emails from people, obviously, understandably, and trying to get back to you as quickly as I can, and emailing everyone who was involved in this, and setting up an entirely new membership form. So at the moment, as I'm recording this anyway, there is no membership sign-up form at CorbettReport.com/members yet. Obviously, we have to implement a new form and test it and all of that. So, yay, fun in the ever-increasingly fun internet universe.
Let me quickly throw in, because I've been remiss lately. I have the American Post Office box here. And we always put that address in the show notes for New World Next Week. It is at the bottom of every page at MediaMonarchy.com. If you don't do the digital money thing, We have the post office here in the States. You can send support to Media Monarchy. You can send support to Corber Reports. Now, this is not some mail mule where you send me crap and I have to mail it to Japan to James. That's not what we're doing. You send cash or check and then I divvy it up with James in Japan, and I think it works pretty well, man.
I think so too, and as an added bonus, no one who signs up via the P.O. Box was affected by this email leak. No one who signed up by Substack was affected. No one who signed up by crypto. It was only people who were on the membership form in the past year or so. Anyway, I am emailing people one by one, and we'll get through this. But thank you to all the people who do support, and yeah, especially people who are supporting through P.O. Box. Good old-fashioned physical mail may actually be a solution that I might highlight in the future as something solutions watchy. In the meantime, I think we're going to leave it there, but we'll be back for NW number 600 in the very near future. Looking forward to it, buddy.
Thanks so much, man. Take care.
Take care.
Wild Wild West.
You think I should take the sworn in as deputy for the day?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you? That's crazy.
As soon as I get sworn in, I'm going to discharge my firearm.
You have to.
Straight into America.
End up in jail. That'd be sick if you served awesome. A fucking sentence.
They'd have to. The cops would have to defend me.
I mean, you'd be picked up by their legal.
They would go, dude, don't worry, we got you.
Yeah, we got
Shit
you.
happens all the fucking time.
I just hope you don't get stabbed in jail.
Yeah.
I'd have to commit a heinous crime. I'd have to go on the inside with you.
Get in with me.
I can't. Yeah, I can't let you in there alone.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
I can't.
I know you wouldn't let me in there alone.
I would. I'd have to like punch a lady or something.
If you have to do it.
Fast track. I don't want to wait out a trial. Yeah, exactly.
You go, this is for my bro.
Yeah.
And just finally, dude, someone's yapping at you. You go, what
the fuck?
It's interesting you say that. It's funny you bring that up.
Just tell my wife, like, we're actually going to a Notre Dame game and just fucking sucks. Like, I love you, babe. I'm sorry. You'll understand one day. You'll understand.
Dude, what if you get into prison and I'm already running it and I just immediately trick you out, dude? I'm just instantly just like...
I'd be one of your boys?
No, I'd say you'd be my bottom boy. I'd say, go. You thought you were doing me a favor. You came in. You got me at a bad time.
I get turned out.
I'd turn you out. I'd go,
sure,
Matt,
my trial would take too long.
In here.
My wife would be like, yeah, it's fine. Actually, I forgive him. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I got to go to jail. I got to join the Aryan Brotherhood machine.
I got to join the Aryan Brotherhood.
I love you, babe. One day you'll understand. Then I get in there, and I just get turned out. You turn me out day one.
Turn you out.
Matt, just let that guy plow.
I'd have that fucking picture of you and that dolphin hung up on my wall. Everyone would be using my room to jack off to that photo.
Yeah, I was. Have you like caught the thing with Dr. Umar and like his account got frozen?
No.
It's all in like online everywhere. But the thing that made me laugh, first of all, he's been doing a school for like 10 years, which is like, whatever. Everyone says it's a scam. I don't know about the guy. But he's been doing a school for 10 years and, taking funding, all this stuff. But recently, because, school year is coming upon us, he did a video from his car where he's like, my accounts have been hacked. They're frozen right now. There's been fraud on my activity. I don't know what's going on. But he repeats, he says everything 3 times. He goes, my accounts have been hacked, y'all. My accounts have been hacked. Guys, my accounts have been hacked. Then he goes to his next point.
Why did he get hacked?
They're saying there's fraud on the account, which... is kind of sketchy because if you have fraud in your account, they don't freeze your funds.
Yeah.
I don't think they would. I don't know. But the reason I'm bringing this up, there's 2 online people, I think, who have been like trolling him and kind of like kicking this investigation off. One of the guys' names is Pass the Bussy. He says like 3 times, he goes, and I want to let you know, it's like whatever the other guy's name is, and Pass the Bussy. Federal charges can be brought against you. Federal charges can be brought against Pass the Bussy.
The people.
He's from Philly, I think, too. Dr. Umar's from Philly, yeah.
That checks out.
Yeah.
That checks out.
Yeah. But yeah, man,
he seems like the man.
Dude, I always like him when I see him.
He seems like truly hilarious.
When I see him on stuff, I always watch. But
if he's goofing, how much do you think he's goofing? I think he's goofing a little.
You see the memes about him catching people with snow bunnies?
Yeah,
they're so good.
It's great.
They're so good. But yeah, it's starting to take a pretty negative turn because he does have the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, and people have been waiting apparently for 14 years for this thing to open in Wilmington, Delaware, and it's
not opening.
No, dude.
Damn.
14 fucking years. And, but now someone fucking hacked his accounts. Now the school's not going to open for another year. It's fucking pissing me off.
Bullshit.
Fucking pass the pussy. Pass the pussy. Knock it off.
We're trying to get this school.
We need to go to FDMG.
We should move back and enroll.
I'm going to go. I know.
I wonder if there's an age limit.
We get Billy Madison, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
Yeah.
You'd have to you have to face your mumble rap fears.
They'd be all mumble rappers.
It'd be nonstop mumble rappers. It'd be
I'd be Ian.
It'd be the Marcus Garvey mumble rap.
I'd be Ian in there.
The Mumble Rap Academy. I mean, I hope he opens it up, man. Everyone's hating on him. Everyone's like, calling him a grifter and shit, saying, he's just stealing money. But I'd like to see him open the school and shut down all the haters.
He deserves a little bread. He's giving us good entertainment.
Yeah, apparently his booking fee, from what I heard, is I tried to book him on the podcast, and he was asking for racks on racks.
Really?
Bro. Yeah, dude. That's at least what the booker was like. Yeah, you gotta pay him racks on racks. I'm like, can I just donate to the school? But now the account's fucking frozen, dude.
Fucking pass the bussy.
Pass the bussy. Federal indictment if you get caught messing with the FDMG.
Stop.
Knock it off. Pass the bussy. Getting attacked by a guy past the bussy is so funny. The thing that was freaking me out though, like if you have fraud in your account, they don't like hey, no more money for you. You know what I mean? Like if someone like fucks with your credit cards or your debit card, so
could be that. Like he might. I don't know. Because it does freeze your account. That always sucks.
Yeah.
Like there's something fraudulent going on. We shut down your debit card. You're like,
does it freeze? See, I've only ever had it on my credit card.
Well, either one. Yeah.
Okay.
You go, what the fuck?
Dang, that's
I have one card.
Yeah, true. He was saying both. He has an account for the school and a personal account. Both are shut down right now. So, thoughts some T's and P's.
Yeah, T's and P's go out to the doctor.
T's and P's, dude. To
the good doctor.
T's and P's is the Prince of Pan-Africanism.
Yes.
His words. That's what he calls himself.
That's
what
sick.
he calls himself. Yeah, dude, he is
He's following
funny.
Gaddafi's steps.
He what?
He's following in Gaddafi's steps.
He is.
Pan-Africanism.
He is. He is genuinely everything I watch him on, I'm like, I love it. I love watching him just berate people for snow bunnies.
Yeah, and also, sometimes it's very fun when people are racist against white people. It's fun to watch. You go, look at that. That's fun.
I'm a sucker for
Unless it's the Cincinnati beatdown.
What's the Cincinnati beatdown? Oh, you're on X. Get off of X.
The Cincinnati beatdown. It's so funny.
When will it stop?
The Cincinnati. Don't give it a name.
I know.
The Cincinnati beatdown sounds like it was WWF. The Cincinnati beatdown.
Was that the couple that left the jazz club and the lady? It's just that
Cincinnati
lady's picture.
beatdown they got fucked up.
Dang.
It was really, really bad.
It looked bad. I only ever saw the one still image of the lady.
Oh no, it was
out.
rough.
Very bad. She looks dead.
Yeah, she got fucking cracked.
Jesus Christ.
It's the Cincinnati beatdown.
Yeah, I made the mistake of going on X during the CB, and I'm like,
Cincinnati beatdown.
Yeah, and they're radicalized. They're trying to radicalize me, man.
Yeah,
they really are.
But they get everyone on that. I saw some other videos.
What's
just the reverse? Just like we're done being pushed around. This is what happens.
Yeah, true.
You're gonna get a Cincinnati beatdown.
I mean, that should be a national holiday. When did the boat fight happen? The boat fight was huge.
The Alabama boat fight.
How did the boat fight not get a cool nickname?
The Alabama Slammer. The Alabama Slammer, the boat fight.
Alabama Slammer.
that was a big win. That was their Boston Tea Party. They were throwing whites overboard.
That was the Arizona Tea Party. That was the Arizona Iced Tea Party.
Alabama Slammers happened. The anniversary is on Optimum Noctis.
Oh, nice!
What?
You gotta have to celebrate by throwing guard dog over off the stage.
Make me walk the plank.
You gotta walk the plank. All the pirates got the booty. I gotta be honest. That was a tough day for the whites.
Oh, that was a tremendous L.
The Cincinnati beatdown is that's terrible. But
a tremendous L.
The Alabama Slammer.
Alabama Slammer was crazy.
That was a tough one. It's just drunk white dudes. And the black dude swam across. You remember that? Fucking black dude came out of the water.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
It was crazy.
We thought we controlled the seas. Apparently,
we controlled the seas. Yeah, that's safe. Doc's the best place to fight a black guy. You go, can't get me here.
So it's the pit.
And then one comes out of the water. You go,
Kombat.
Shit.
Finish him. All you got to do is go. No longer, dude.
Oh, now you need my help. Fine, I'll save you.
Yeah, what kicked off the Alabama Slammer?
I think drunk people on a boat.
Yeah.
There's a powder keg down there.
Yeah, blasting scared.
Drunk white people on a boat. Black people, I'm sure, minding their own business.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sure they were minding their own business. Oh, they slapped a black security guard.
Slapped a black security guard who I think was telling them they couldn't do what they were doing, he probably was excited to do that.
Yeah, I will say as a white person, it is offensive when someone tells me I can't do whatever I want. So that security guard's wrong
I think
for
that spans.
Yeah, I know.
I'll tell you, he really hates it.
Cincinnati one was devastating, though. That was
a bad look.
That's a bad look.
You know what's fucked up?
Bad look.
There's no big fine.
It's not good.
Security guards aren't protected. Like if you beat the shit out of a mailman, it's like a $40,000 fine.
Yeah.
You can just smack a security guard. I mean, it's assault.
Yeah, the worst case scenario could happen.
True. You trigger the Alabama. You're like the Franz Ferdinand of Alabama Slammer.
I mean, yeah, that was it.
God, that would suck, dude.
And they united forces. I don't even think they knew each other. The swimming guy, I don't think had anything to do with the security guy. He saw an injustice.
He was like a Russian submarine.
He came out, the U-boat off the coast, just waiting.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
The help with the better.
There's a lot.
Grand Rapids.
There was a bunch of guys on a pontoon holding up the riverboat, and the riverboat sent some guys down to. There was obscene gestures sent towards the boat, and then the boat.
Who was on the riverboat?
I think that was the guy.
I think that was the slammer.
I think that was the guy who got hit with the chair. Was the boatman?
Oh,
yeah. Because wait, wasn't the crew? Didn't the crew?
Have you guys seen the Alabama Slammer video in a while?
No.
They push the security guard, and then the security guard hits the Bobby Schmurda
throws
and
his
throws his hat up in this guy, and then squares up like he's at graduation.
I saw a Middle Eastern security guard get absolutely just crushed by a black guy recently. It was Tuesday. No, Monday,
Really?
actually. I was just like walking around on 6th Street on Monday, and a guy is like older black dude had just a tiny puppy on a leash. And I came around the corner to him screaming at the security guard because the security guard, I think, attempted to pet his puppy. And he goes, "How about I touch your fucking daughters? You think you could touch my dog? How about I touch your fucking daughters, touch your wife, touch all of your cousins?"
With
and
a
he
puppy?
was,
Everyone's gonna fucking try to touch that puppy.
I know. He was like looking around for support. Like, you guys hear what I'm saying? I kind of just like sat around just waiting. Like, damn, this is fucked up. Just kind of listening.
You made neutral.
I was Switzerland. I was kind of like, I didn't know if they're gonna fight. This guy was pretty jacked too, and I was like, "Fuck, dude, I might have
the puppy was jacked.
I might have to take that puppy out of the battle in case the puppy gets hurt and just run away." Yeah, he was the.
And then he beat the. Wait, he fought.
He didn't beat him up. He didn't beat him up. He was
said nasty things,
barking at him, calling him a child molester after he said he would touch his kids, which I thought was kind of interesting. But the guy, because the guy did have funny glasses on, so he's like, "Look at a fucking pedophile. What are you going to do about it?" He's trying to goad him into a fight, and the guy was just going like, "Yeah."
Man,
he should have
being
squared up.
security on 6th Street. You must get hit with that.
He was like
all
hotel security, just
all
sitting,
day,
baking in the sun. Some guy was like, "Would
so
you
funny
touch
to
my
be
fucking
like,
dog?
"Oh,
you piece of
puppy,
shit?"
this will be a nice moment."
Yeah. I will molest your children.
I got called a pedophile.
After the guy told me he'd molest my children, and then he's like, "Yeah, you're a pedophile." It's like, okay.
Yeah.
He just played it off. He kept being like, yeah, buddy. And the guy was like, "Yeah, do something about it, pussy." And I was like, "Dude, this is a tough fucking hell."
6th Street's so gross.
Yeah, it was like hot.
So gross.
It was so hot out.
Man, and when the air conditioning breaks in a comedy club,
yeah,
it's a recipe for a fucking negative experience.
He probably left. He was probably at the early show.
He's probably
of the
there.
mothership. Took his shirt off, went outside, and was like, "Fuck this, dude." Fuck this.
I'll tell you this, man. I saw the movie Allied recently. Has anybody ever seen this? It's Brad Pitt and the hot French lady.
No.
It was wonderful.
What do they do?
It was so good. I'll just give you the beginning though. It's the hot French lady from Inception. You remember her at all?
Kind of, yeah.
Anyway, if you saw her, you'd like it. But they're both spies, and they're in Casablanca in World War II.
What?
And they have to pretend to be husband and wife. So in public, it's a fucking dream scenario.
It sounds like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Did you ever see that?
Yeah.
But it's like a cooler version of Mr. Smith.
It's kind of cool. I liked it a lot.
That's awesome.
I was surprised.
Dude, you should think about doing I know you're all filmed out, but maybe do like a chocolat. You should do like an intense romance film.
I was thinking about that.
Were you really?
Oh, yeah.
That would be nice.
I just need to make love on camera.
That's what I'm saying.
It'd be so sick.
Dude, a bathtub sex scene?
Centrally laying a woman down.
That'd be so tight.
Taking my shirt off.
You spend so much money, dude. You should spend so much money.
I can use all my money and make
a poly chocolat. Like you're just like a cool guy in tech who's poly, and you just have sex with women the entire movie.
True.
And in the end,
I should just spend a ton of money and make a 50 Shades of Grey where I prematurely ejaculate. Just the whole hit her with one whip and go,
oh fuck,
fuck. Don't fucking tell anyone.
That'd be so funny. The whole time you just get richer and richer, and you just keep getting more and more pussy.
Just keep pre-jacking faster.
You start fucking guys.
Yeah,
that would be that actually would be a cool movie about like suburban swingers who get so deep in the scene that the husband starts doing gay stuff. Because I think that's what happens when you swing. Everyone's like, that'd be the life,
gay,
but I'm pretty sure you end up doing gay
There's
stuff.
one more thing.
Exactly. Yeah. I think you're just in the mix of it. You're having sex with like a 52-year-old lady from Florida. You're like, this couldn't get any better. And then like a 60-year-old guy kisses your butthole. Yeah, swinging is like...
Swinging is disgusting.
Yeah, man. It's fucking
Marriage
weird.
has to go to fucking swinger parties.
Yeah, but he's single.
Wait, huh?
He's just bulling. Lemaire's just bulling out. He's
Hey,
single.
look at the hat.
He's got the bull's hat
bull, the
on.
knee brace bull.
He's sending the signals out, dude. Yeah, rolling stag to a swingers party is pretty wild.
Yeah, I've never gone. I wanted to
Keep
go.
getting ripped off.
You've went. You've.
I got ripped. Yeah, I got ripped off.
You
but-
made the attempt.
You've
I
went.
made the
Yeah,
attempt.
you've.
It was Milwaukee Gone Wild.
Yeah.
We were at that party years ago where you got in trouble for trying to.
Oh yeah.
What?
I wasn't trying to do anything, but like yeah, I forgot there was a party and it was. How much can I say? It was.
It was like I remember this.
Yeah.
It was like a cool Coke party, and you
Yeah.
try to start like bringing in like the typical swinger move, being like, "What are we like swingers here?" What the fuck's going on?
No.
Wait, you're at a cool Coke party?
Yeah, and in the backyard, it was like it was this guy and his wife. I think I was talking to the guy. I was like, dude,
you're just-
yeah, it was their house too.
You were talking to the guy?
Yeah, because like, dude, you're fucking cool, dude. You're like a bull.
Ew.
Because he was talking to other ladies, like, and his wife was around. I was like, that's fucking cool.
What'd he say?
He was
My
like,
wife's
"What
not
are you
fuck out of my house."
saying?" No, they didn't kick me out. Brad kicked me out.
Oh, it was in Philly?
Yeah,
Cool Coke party in Philly? Yeah.
I was trying to be a hoot.
You called the guy a bull in his own house.
It was at someone's house? Is it
was
the
his
house?
house.
It was out
very
back. It was out back.
close to the club?
No,
Okay.
He was in a guy's house, and the guy was there with his wife, and you complimented him on being like, "You probably cheat on your wife, dude. You're so fucking cool." You're so cool.
That's awesome. You're probably a bull. That's fucking
5:30 in the
disgusting,
morning.
dude.
5:30 in the morning.
I'm sorry, I can cut that out if you want.
All
nothing
you
to-
hear are the birds
there's nothing to
chirping
cut
and
out.
Lemaire being
We
like,
didn't
"How much
name
do you
anybody.
fuck other girls? That's so fucking cool, dude. Can I see your dick?"
Damn, that's such a nightmare. Being on the other end of that, just high as shit on coke, and someone be like, "You probably cheat on your wife, dude. That's awesome." Oh fuck, who is this guy?
yeah.
What am I doing? Who else was with you?
Oh, GD.
It was you two.
Yeah.
Was Nathan there?
No, King Cobb.
King Cobb.
King Cobb was there.
Damn,
Yeah.
it's a good squad.
Yeah, all the buddies were there.
Nice.
Orgy.
Damn.
I also got kicked out at like 6 in the morning. I was ready to go home.
True.
Yeah.
Gardini, you guys, you're just crushing Gardini. A little crush
vicious?
play.
Yeah.
A little suffocation play.
How is you and Kane just laying on guard dog?
Gardini was his ass worshiping.
Ass worshiping. So wait, how did you get kicked out though? Like, was it aggressive or was it like?
Nah, it was quite. Brad came up to me and he was like, "Hey man, I think you got to go. It's time for us to leave." I was like, "All right, cool." That was it. It's like, "I'm ordering an Uber right now," and then just waited.
Dang,
It was
getting
6
the boot
a.m.
at 6
too.
a.m. You're probably ready to roll.
I was ready to roll.
Yeah, that's breakfast
It
sandwich
was the
time.
perfect way to get kicked out. Perfect time to get kicked out of a party. 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Might as well just let me leave on my own.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh, cool Coke party. Those can go.
Yeah, you're right.
I would like to see you
Someone's
swing,
house.
dude. I'd like to see you swing.
can't.
I think out of all of us, you could handle the swing.
Mentally, I think you could handle it the best.
No,
Really?
no, I don't think so. I
What-
think it
what
would
would-
bother me.
What would get you down?
I'd be like, you love him more than me?
It's not your wife.
Shit, dude.
Still, you would catch feelings, you're saying?
Dude, come on, dude. Yeah.
You'd catch feelings
Yeah.
at the cool Coke party, swinger party.
The cool Coke swinger party, yeah.
Apparently, Tampa Bay is where it's at. Tampa Bay is apparently cuck capital of the United States.
Yeah, Tampa and Arizona, right?
I didn't
Or,
know Arizona was-
Phoenix, Scottsdale, I think.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
You
think
just
New
have
Jersey, too.
New Jersey. Really?
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
Which
dude.
part?
Yo, Sean's from New Jersey.
Oh yeah, true.
I don't know. You think Italians would like that?
Yeah, dude. Of course.
What?
Italians are very territorial in nature. They would not like that.
They probably just like get together and like beat other guys' wives instead. Little wife swap.
Yeah.
What the fuck? This cut tastes like fucking cement. Yeah, I don't know.
You don't think your parents were swingers in New Jersey?
My parents were definitely not swingers in New Jersey. That's
all right.
guaranteed.
Empty nesters now.
Not really. They got a lot of people coming through that nest.
I wish you
got the
would say
upside down
stuff
pineapple.
like that on the podcast. I really wish you would say stuff.
Sean,
like
my
that.
parents aren't empty nesters yet, but yours are. And I'm just saying, you should be like, guys, if you want to experiment, now's the time. That would be
You
nice.
should just give them like maybe a handwritten letter.
Yeah, just be like, guys, it's
Send
none
it
of my
home and go,
business.
guys, I love you. No one's home now. Maybe you guys should start experimenting and doing things you've never,
Yeah.
you always wanted to.
Yeah, open the relationship up a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, you should suggest they open the relationship.
And then you can do covenant eyes with your dad.
And then you and your dad can share porn.
I'd rather not think about this.
He's going to edit this out. We'll never know. We'll never know.
I'm editing this out. That's
No, I mean,
your
dude,
parents would think this is funny.
can we be respectful about it?
They love this stuff.
Hello.
No.
All right, obviously, we'll unfortunately edit this out.
Yeah, we don't have to edit.
I like your parents. I don't want them upset.
No. Look, I'm just saying they have to give them the option. They don't have to do it. Just give them the option.
Yeah,
Say,
I don't want
guys,
to make them
I'm cool
angry,
with it.
and I really don't want to make them horny.
Yeah.
I don't want them to get any ideas. But you have talked about it. That's like you've brought this up where you're
True.
like, wouldn't it be cool if like my parents experimented?
Oh, shit.
I was like, what? You were hammered. I don't think you remember.
Yeah, you were so drunk.
You
called
fell down
you're
after,
like,
yeah.
I'm going to call my sister and see what she thinks. I was like, Sean.
Yeah, we said no.
Y'all nasty as hell.
Just Josh.
Just joshing.
All right, what else you guys want to
Yeah,
talk
what else is going on?
Besides our parents being poly.
We have proof of Nate's zest.
What?
That's a mean thing to bring up.
What's the proof?
It's all been fun and games up to here, but that was a little too far.
What's the proof of the zest?
Yeah,
the photo evidence that we got from the pub the other night.
When you took your penis out in Los Angeles and laid on the ground with your penis out.
What happened?
No, from the rickshaws. I don't know if that's
the
correct,
rickshaw
the
evidence.
politically
Oh,
correct term,
Jesus.
What was the rickshaw evidence?
He's just
The
sitting
red
on guys'
bin.
laps on a rickshaw, screaming with his arms,
No.
with his arms in the air, going,
Matt, I'm not
"Woo!"
sitting on guys' laps, but it's
100% on guys' laps.
Matt, it looks like I'm sitting on guys'
Can we,
laps.
dude?
Nate, you
Unfortunately,
admitted that you had no recollection of the evening, and then we have photo, video evidence from a trusted source.
Not sitting on a guy's lap. We were all having fun.
You were
in the games.
without a doubt on the lap.
Not on the lap.
That was the biggest regret of the night. You woke up in the morning, you went, God, I could have sat on that guy's lap.
He sat on two guys' laps. He split the
That
cheeks
was
on.
devastating.
Who were these
Each
guys?
guy got a cheek.
Oh, no.
It was Redbin.
It was Redbin.
Redbin and our buddy Chris. And Nate, it was perfect timing.
We can get the footage.
We could.
We
get
can let the viewers decide. The thing that hurt was the arms on the bar.
Footage looks. The footage looks. But that's because I'm sitting
Screaming.
forward. I'm sitting
Yeah.
forward.
Screaming.
I'm
Go,
sitting edge.
Shit forward.
Everybody banished me. These guys hopped in one with Tommy. You and Tony had your own private one. And
That was a good reverse.
It's a good counter. It's a good counter.
Oh, man.
you sent me with Red Band and another unit, and I just had to squeeze in between them. But the footage looks bad.
They love taking those fucking rickshaws. I despise it. It's fun while you're on it, but then, dude, people see you.
Yeah.
You're getting carted through town. It's fucking embarrassing.
It was devastating. I knew.
Redbin.
Damn, you got me with the
with
me
the
and Tony in the
counter-strike,
private
bro.
rickshaw. That was nice. I'll give you that. You
Yeah.
fucking gay ass.
I don't want to do it, but you guys.
You had to do
Bit's
it.
over, dude.
You had to
Back
do
me
it.
into a
Nobody.
corner.
All right, yeah, enough joking around about
Bit's
that.
over.
Bit's done.
That's so fucking
Fucked up, dude. That's crazy. You throw me under the bus like that. That's crazy. Give me those shirts back. You don't get that.
Oh, fuck.
You fucking snake, dude. Just when you think, dude.
I know.
Fucking hits me with the reverse zest. I'm getting the video right now.
Yeah, true. I got to see the video. I got to see the
I
video.
don't know if I have his number.
I want to do.
have his number? No. Red Band?
I want to do a. They should do them where you can stand up like a charioteer. I like that. That'd be nice. Where you could stand.
Yeah.
That would be the straightest rickshaw you can do. Stand up like a charioteer. You have like reins. You can kind of
Rein him back a little.
smack the guy in the ass while he's doing it.
We're going to get some footage in there.
Yeah. Now we got to review the tape. Who filmed it, by the way?
Red Band.
Oh, hit you with the meta glasses.
And he was.
Yeah,
you should claim AI. You should claim AI.
Oh, dude, that's got to be deepfake.
He was literally filming because there was like 4 rickshaws.
Yeah.
He was filming me, and I was like, dude, stop filming.
Please,
don't film this.
Yeah, you got to
redact. And then he turned the camera around, and Nate was just. It looked POV. It was.
It's not pertinent information. That's not pertinent information.
It looks POV.
You got to redact your tape.
The worst part is I know Red Band didn't remember how bad it looked. Like he pulled the footage up. Like, no, he was lying.
You tried. No, he wasn't lying. You're clearly on their lap.
I'm not trying to.
And he tried to deny it. And he was like, I wasn't sitting on their fucking lap. And Red Band just happens to walk over and be like, I have footage of it.
He did say that, but then he pulls up the footage and he's trying to scroll through. But when he hits the angle that looks bad, like I see him go like, "Holy shit, I got him!" This looks.
You'll see.
Like
There's no other angle. There's no other possible place for your ass to have been.
I'm telling you.
Redbin was like, "Oh, I feel bad. Maybe I shouldn't have showed all the guys that video."
He literally never.
He came up to me. He's like, "I tell Nate I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw him under the bus like that."
He came over to me and was like, because he knows I wasn't sitting on his lap, but it's devastating footage.
Why do you keep saying that? We saw the video.
Are you elevated at all?
No, we're on an even playing field. I'm sitting forward though, so I don't know.
I
That's
got you.
also not. If I'm being, it's a bad defense.
Here's what I'll say.
If I'm sitting forward, I should be a little higher. I think.
Their shoulders. There's 2 guys sitting. Their shoulders are touching. There's nowhere else for him to sit.
Shoulders are
behind you, so he had to have room to.
He had to hit this.
Damn, he was selfie sticking wild.
I was giving him a lap dance on a petty cat.
And that was a bumpy fucking ride. Damn. No wonder you were all tuckered out when we got to the bar.
I wasn't tuckered up. I was.
You were
tuckered
out. You
fired up.
fucking fell asleep.
I was fine. Did I fall asleep at the bar?
Yeah.
You did fall asleep.
I do remember.
You were asleep at the bar.
Wait, me sleeping at the bar? You guys drugged me. You guys did me. You gave me the Tuesday.
They put you to bed?
It was bad. Well, he was a minute before he was asleep. He was standing on a stool screaming. And I look over and he was I'm like, all right, Nate's Unk's got to go.
He almost danced out the bar. He was on his dance and he hit the door into the alley.
That was a good night.
That was a good night.
That's so fucking funny. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, for real though, they put you to sleep. They fucking tuckered you out. That's fine.
That's devastating.
It looks so bad.
We'll wait for the footage.
The footage is
I'm
coming.
working on the footage right now.
Thank you. In the meantime,
you'll see the footage.
Yeah, that's.
In the meantime, go watch the movie Allied.
True.
I'm not going to give you any spoilers. It's a
But you
great
liked
film.
it?
You're
Nice.
going to love it. Don't look into it. Don't read the description. Just watch the movie.
Yeah, I won't. I'll just.
That's what I did, and I was.
That's the best.
I did one of yours.
You got pleasantly surprised. Is there twists and turns?
Plenty.
Yes.
Plenty.
I need
twists
that.
and turns.
Need some good twists and
Also,
turns.
the hottest possible scenario. Just like you're paired with a lady, you have to pretend to be husband and wife. You live together. The neighbors are watching. We have to kiss right now. Maybe we should have sex.
What? He hit him. BP hit her with the.
No,
maybe
he
we
was
should-
the one saying, "Play it cool, babe."
She was like, "We got to do this."
Yeah,
dude.
You got
that's
the footage?
Can I review the
We
footage?
have the video. It's loading.
Loading.
right
What the fuck? How many?
Footage. It's damning footage.
Oh, it's gonna be like
This is bad. This is. I can't believe you're denying it.
6K. It's gonna be 6K footage.
6K red bin tape. The red bin tapes.
The red band tapes.
Look, the footage is undeniably bad. I can't.
That's fair.
I have no argument.
Dang.
But I know I was up to no zesty activities.
You might have to 2.0 right now.
What is
When
that?
Liver King got caught with steroids, you might have to Nate 2.0.
Yeah, you're a different guy.
Just rebrand.
You might have to totally rebrand, dude.
Especially fresh off the zesty allegations in LA.
That's why he said it, because he knows.
And then
he's
just
seen
straight
the
to
allegations.
lap sitting on a rickshaw, bouncing around. Arms on the bar, screaming, woo!
Fuck, dude.
Woo! And then dancing around, dancing on table dancing.
Dang.
You got ugly out on the bar.
Did I stand on the?
I stood on the stool.
Oh,
Which was a
I
real risk.
I was crushing.
You did that
stools.
twas. You
I was
did it,
crushing stools.
and you
stands
jumped
all night.
down. That was scary.
It was
You
impressive.
jumped off the. I was like, oh man.
I was
You better
hitting
watch
perfect
out.
Yeah, they
dismounts.
can kick out from under you.
Freebird 3 times in a row.
Freebird on repeat.
You guys took over the touchdowns?
Freebird on repeat.
So fucking sick.
It was a
It's
good
such
night.
a nice move.
Yeah, there were some complaints
About triple freebird?
about the music on repeat.
Who would complain about triple freebird?
There was nothing they could do.
No.
Yeah.
Boosting your touch tunes is honestly might be one of my favorite things in the world, just completely commandeering a touch tune and ruining everyone's
vibe.
night. It's awesome. A good song for that, I think I said it before, but Donovan, Atlantis. Just an English guy from the 60s be like, in the former world, there was Atlantis. And it's like a 13-minute song where he just like talks about the legend of Atlantis. It's so fucking funny.
That's nice. I told you that time we took over, there was just a guy eating spaghetti at a really shitty dive bar. We started playing When the Moon Hits Your Eye. We just kept playing Italian songs. He was by himself eating spaghetti at the bar in Mechanicsburg. It was terrible. It was so depressing.
I'd be pumped if someone hit me with the spaghetti soundtrack.
He never even noticed it, but yeah, we were hitting him with
What?
loud spaghetti soundtrack. This episode of Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast is brought to you by Wide. You got the video?
Tonight might be
Could
spaghetti
you-
night. Tonight might be spaghetti night at my house, actually.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of pumped on that.
Didn't go through.
Dude, how
What's
big
going
is
on?
this fucking video?
The only thing I see here is the brawl, the Alabama
Yeah.
River, the Alabama riverfront.
Oh, man. Shirtless whites defeated on the riverfront.
Yeah, the shirtless whites.
Dang, dude. Imagine going home from getting the Alabama brawl. You got to put on your Life is Good t-shirt.
Watch it. It's all over the news. People are celebrating. Damn.
My goodness gracious.
Wait,
bro.
if it's on your phone, just show it to Matt.
Yeah, let me just
And
see
let
it.
everybody get a good look at this knee brace. And
Yeah, true. Here we go.
Never got sound before.
oh no,
Oh,
it
you
doesn't.
listening to Thought Rap too? Okay. It's all right. Let's see. Fast forward the tape. Okay. This is just. Yo.
Where else could he be sitting?
I'm sitting.
Their shoulders are touching. There's one bench.
I'm sitting so far. Actually, it looks better, like a little bit now to me than it did. I'm
You're
sitting,
saying
I'm
their
squished.
knees are V'd out and you're on the tip.
Yeah, their knees are V'd out, and I'm in the tip of the thing. But the video's damn it.
You're on the tip.
Pause.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I mean it's. Oh, bro!
I'm not dancing. I'm
Look
giving
at the
birds.
fellas behind him. They
Oh
love
my
it, dude.
god, dude!
They love that you're having fun. That's nice.
You kind of gave him a Wally a little bit.
What? I get a what?
A Wally.
What is that?
When you just someone leans against a wall and you just
Yeah.
twerk on them.
Yeah. Work.
Dang.
Yeah, that's bad.
It's a tough
I
one.
will say it's still up for debate, but it doesn't,
I like to believe you guys trust me that I wasn't sitting on two men's laps on a fucking
I do believe
penny
you.
cab through 6th Street.
I think as tantalizing
you
of a
coward.
possibility as that is, I do think their knees were V'd out and you were on the very edge of the seat leaning
But-
forward.
The video is damning. I started sweating last night. on Monday when the footage came out. I was like, holy shit.
It's tough footage.
Yeah.
The what?
Pedicab was the opposite.
Straight as hell.
We could all fit. Nobody had to sit on any laps, and we just screamed really loud the whole time.
My friends abandoned me. You guys abandoned me for timing. We were supposed to be together.
Sorry.
Said you lapped up.
Yeah.
Could have Ubered.
Yeah, we could have Ubered.
That was my suggestion.
What?
That was what I was saying. I was like, let's fucking Uber. This rickshaw through the city. Is,
Yeah, those things are kind of, and they ride so fast too.
It's
like,
fun when you're on there.
Yeah, I guess I
Just
did.
gotta let go.
I did one with my kids, and I was like, "Yo, can you please slow the fuck down? I don't need you to get me there 2 minutes faster. Please slow down, dude. You're driving like a fucking maniac." But yeah, it would be cool if your kids aren't on. That'd be fun. I had like 2 little kids, and he was just like jamming his brakes in
Yeah.
front of bikes. I'm like, "Bro, slow the fuck down. You're not winning. I'm not gonna be like, this is so cool. This guy's flying." We almost hit like dude. The pedestrians
Yeah, they
have
go
to
right
move.
next to cars too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like right at pedestrians.
Yeah.
It's just like, bruh, what do you? I mean, I guess you're trying to make that money. Those dudes get paid during like ACL. Those dudes will make like fucking $1,000 a night. It's kind of tight.
We gotta get you out there, Mace. Get a Lime scooter and just attach a little chariot.
Yeah, you can jailbreak those things too. You can jailbreak Lime scooters and they fucking rip.
Dude, I want to jailbreak one. Hit like 40 on it.
Oh man,
do it.
You are nice on those things.
I have a good time, dude.
I can't believe you haven't really tumbled yet.
I'm always tumbling.
Yeah, but like a devastating tumble. There's going to be a devastating tumble one of these days.
I had one in Indianapolis. I was drunk. I scooted around the corner. I just fucking fell, and I went head over ass. I just went like sideways roll.
Damn.
Yeah.
God, that must have been so nice to see.
Oh yeah, and I got a scar from here when I tried to. I was again scooting from Fraser's to my house, and I tried to jump a curb, and I fell.
What the fuck made you think you could jump a curb?
Jump off or up?
I was close up. I was trying to jump up a curb.
Up.
So you just lifted the front, scraped the bottom.
Just a little bit. I just missed it. A bunch of guys were laughing at me after that. Though.
Yeah,
definitely. A guy trying to jump a curb on a fucking scooter.
Yeah, dude, I needed to.
You're getting really hurt.
You should have planted. If you plant one foot, you could probably pop it up.
Yeah,
but that's risky, dude.
I did see this.
Did you do full speed on it?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's crazy.
I was going fast.
Squealing the brakes on them is nice. I'll pull up to my house on them every now and again. My wife will be outside, and I'll just get to our block and go. Oh my God, will you stop? Yeah, they're nice. Lime scooters are the shit, man. I love those things. A lot of people are like genuinely like, I don't touch those things.
Me.
Really?
Yeah.
I love them, man. They're so fun. I ride them to the mothership. Ride them there, grab one, ride it back. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's such a long drive.
It's like 3.4 miles.
That's a lot.
Headphones, dude. Headphones in, blasting. It's the best. There's like a couple on the route from my house there. There's like 3 spots I can get air. Just like weird shit. You know, like the
You're
tree.
hitting air on the way to the show?
For sure. If there's like, you know, like the tree roots, like fuck sidewalks up. There's one really good one.
ramps.
Dude, near the cemetery. There's one like it's so fucking good.
Damn, getting air in front of the cemetery.
It's so tight.
And bombing and showing up and not doing good.
Getting air for all the people who are dead. They can't get air anymore.
Yeah, just respect. It is out of respect.
For sure.
Hitting air in front of a cemetery is fine.
And a lot of like there's like driveways. There's a curb where it's like it kind of goes up. You can fucking nail those. Getting air on those things. I haven't skateboarded in a while. I've been fiending for air.
There's got to be a way for you to get air.
I'm gonna skateboard again. My knees are like better now, so
I wouldn't risk it with the big race.
True. Yeah, I guess I got to stay focused.
Yeah.
I can't fucking get air. I can't get 2 inches of air.
If you get hurt and you're not allowed to participate, that's a bigger than losing.
It's an L. Yeah, that's a loss.
Yeah.
Having to be like, oh, actually, I can't do it, guys.
Is your family excited for the race?
I don't think they care that much. I mean,
I think the closer it gets,
they get,
I'd be so excited.
Yeah, to watch it, it'll be so fun.
I'd be so happy.
I might GoPro the whole thing.
Either way, it's a victory.
True.
Whoever wins, it's the other person's going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be crazy.
It's going to be.
If he beats you, that'd be the funniest.
I'll go all out. I'll completely sprint.
Yeah, you'll die for it.
Yeah, exactly. I
think
have a
he
feeling
will too.
One of us might die from the race.
The best case scenario would you take an early enough lead that you can just, it's over.
True.
If it's close, you guys are going to run. Yeah, you guys might run a 4-minute mile. People are going to be. You guys are going to be sprinting.
Just beat the Kenyan. I think the record for a mile is like sub 4 minutes.
Yeah,
it's pretty fucked up, dude. Did you know the Tour de France is 2,100 miles?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I didn't know it was exactly that. I knew it was like it's insane.
I just learned that it starts in Italy and goes into France. I thought it was like 80 miles, which I'm like, that's an impressive bike ride.
It's multiple days,
dude. Yeah, it's like a fucking month, and they ride 2,100 miles, crossing from.
I don't give a fuck about the Tour de France.
Neither do I.
I don't like it at all.
I didn't care until I rode my bike yesterday, 3 miles.
True,
and I was like,
I haven't ridden a bike in forever.
Let me see what the elites.
Sick.
It's so tight, dude.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm all about tracking times on everything now. So I was like tracking my time, and I was like, let me see what Tour de France is up to, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're going fast.
Dude, they go fast as shit up hills, and it's 2,100 miles.
That's why they were all Jew, bro.
Why wouldn't you?
That's why you're getting into it. That's why you're getting into it, dude.
The juice is taking over my brain.
You're finding out what Floyd Landis was on. The pride of Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
How long did it take you to get back from the gym? You should check your times.
Check your times.
I checked them. It was 3 miles, about like 20. It was like 15 minutes. It wasn't great. My time was all uphill. My time was fucking trash. 3 mile times 27 minutes. I can do running 27 minutes, 3 mile.
That's incredible.
It's all right. It's not bad.
It's really good.
9-minute mile.
Yeah, that's 3 9-minute miles.
Yeah.
You should run a marathon.
Dude, I can't do like super long miles. My knees just get shattered. I'd have to, and also running crushes your T. So
that
if
makes
you
sense.
yeah, it does, dude.
It makes a lot of sense.
It
It's
does.
a girl running's for girls.
It is, but unless you lift and sprint, I sprint.
You got to sprint. That's
I
high
lift,
T.
lift,
Sprinting's the
sprint.
most T you can have.
Sprinting is high T.
Sprinting's crazy.
Sprinting and miles. Trying to I want to be able to sprint. Like not
Running
sprint a mile.
sprinting is so fucking funny.
Sprinting's hilarious, dude. And it's nice too because there's people there who run like seriously.
Yeah.
But when you're doing sprints, you blow past them, and I think it kind of pisses them off. Because there was a running club. I was there one Saturday, and there was a running club, and there was like the dude was like he seemed to be like the captain.
Running
of the
club is just a full sex club.
But it's completely.
The Austin running clubs are literally just to fuck each other.
Yeah, I mean, yes,
Yeah.
for sure. It was literally just jack dudes and babes, but we were doing sprints.
The jack dudes and babes. It's nonstop here.
Well, I know, but it was funny
Fucking
because
insane.
there was
and then you're just blown by them.
because the one guy was just like they're like doing warm ups, and then it's like you blow past them and like guys, we're gonna do sprints after this. You want to do it? It's like, bro, we're done. Like, chill.
Yeah.
Man. Sorry, I fucking passed you. I blew you out of the fucking.
We're not gonna
water.
race, dude. I already won.
You're not. But it was funny because that day it was the running club.
I already won the race.
Dude,
Obviously, you want a rematch,
I
dude. I
beat
just
you, bro.
humiliated you in front of all the babes.
But he was just like warming up. I think he was just being nice. Honestly, I was with my friend, just being like, dude, he's so pissed we blew past him. That guy's so fucking mad at us right now. But then there was 3 heats pretty much because there was the running club was shredded, and then the dude I was with, we're both just like kind of dad bod, and then there was like super fat dudes. And we were vibing with the super fats because we would sprint.
Super fats were in the running club?
No, they were just there.
They were just walking.
Just a super fat club.
Grazing.
I shouldn't call them super fats.
The super
They're
fat
nice
club
guys.
was
But
they were
pretty-
grazing on the infield.
They were pretty chunky, but we were cheering each other on because then we would sprint and they started doing sprints. And
That's
it was,
low too.
I was hyping.
Cheering each other on at a track.
Nah, when you see the fats, I see the fats a lot at the track, and I saw a father with 2 fat sons.
That's good.
And I was running 3 miles, and I was fucking hitting them with the
Yeah.
fucking hang loose because they were. It's got to
What are
be
you guys
hard.
doing on the telephone over there?
Really? Okay.
Well, that's
now I can't think about anything else.
Yeah. Tell us and edit this out. We're gonna edit right now.
Wow.
And we're back.
Hey,
how's it going?
But yeah, cheering on the fats at the track is nice.
That's awesome.
Because we had to unite. We were just 2 rebel blocks.
How old were these fats?
They were like, I would say out of college age. Not they were
What
like
do you mean
younger.
by cheering on the fat? Like, what were you saying?
Well, we would run. They were kind of hyping us, and then they would run. We'd hype.
What do you
them.
mean by hyping?
Just as they were like, because you're sprinting and you're like, you get that, you need that final push. When you're like 40 meters out, you want to start giving
Are
up.
they hitting you like, let's go?
Yeah, and then they'd
Like,
pass.
push
They'd
it.
pass us and be like, come on, let's go. Just
Nice.
hyping them up.
Yeah.
Hyping the fats. We were united against the Austin Running Club, the Poly.
The poly clubs are the Austin running clubs. It's filth.
Yeah, it was the fat, slightly less
Just
fat, and the
super
ripped.
chlamydia running through that thing. Just
Yeah.
drug resistant STDs.
Oh, big time.
Coursing through all of their cocks and pussies.
Big time, dude. Dripping. I think I caught some of the drip.
The drip was probably it's like alien blood. It probably burned through the ground. It was acid.
Yeah, no one hornier.
No one hornier.
Just like having like a mid-20s existential crisis. You're just running like a 4-minute
I do
mile.
understand the meeting friends thing.
It's nice.
Getting along, but yeah, it's clearly
It was pretty, the invite to it was aggro. It was like multiple invites. And
Yeah.
I was like, guys, I'm married. I don't want to do gay stuff with the captain of the fucking
Yeah.
thing. I don't want to kiss all the girls here.
they're at the what's the domain a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I always see them there.
Yeah. They squat up.
Oddly, I don't get the invite.
It's fucked up.
I think they know I'm not a running
Did you
man.
blow past them?
No, I just walk.
You got to blow past them. And they're like,
You're
dudes,
like-
we're doing sprints after this. It's
go,
like,
what the
dude,
fuck,
you
dude?
had your chance on the track, man. I fucking smoked.
You got torched.
I smoked your ass. You didn't know we were racing. Not my problem.
You got
dude.
torched by the best.
Sorry you didn't know we were racing, bro. I'm always ready to run. Yeah, the track is intense, man. There's like some people who are all. It does make me laugh when people are like just buy a ton of shit for running. It's like, bro, people spend boku bucks on running stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't need it. All you gotta do is just run, dude. You don't need to buy like 14 fucking accessories.
There's one was it in Philly? There's like that shoe store.
Yes.
That's a running store.
That Philadelphia.
I've gone in there to just buy sneakers. It's so embarrassing. Clearly, I don't run.
Yeah.
And there's just everyone's in there.
There's a guy who works in there who's an ally of the podcast.
Yes.
He's an ultra marathoner. Absolutely the bro. But yeah, no, it's people are all about it, and you're like, dude, I'm really just walking in these things.
Yeah, I just want something comfy. I'm here to get something comfy.
He's inspired. He has inspired me to run.
More of a slippers man.
True. Hoka does make slippers. That would be kind of nice.
What?
Yeah, I spied him when I was in California. I said that'd be nice.
That would be a nice treat.
Still so goddamn cheap. I saw him there and I said, not yet. I can't get the Hoka slippers just yet. But yeah, that one day I'll treat myself. But yeah, dude, come Saturday. What, dude? You can totally.
I'd love to hit the track Saturday.
Dude, we're gonna sprint after.
Sign me up.
You can totally come.
Sign me up.
I will say, sprinting.
Just put out a flyer.
Sprinting feels good. Sprinting.
I'll be there now.
Sprinting feels great.
It's been a while.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't do when I first started doing it, my fingertips would be numb. For like when I was running, I'd feel the blood just leave my hands.
Oh,
and be
wow.
Like, whoa. Let's get out. Because when you run, you form new veins and capillaries and shit. That's why I really like it.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
That is cool.
Because otherwise, just veins are getting clogged and dying every day. And if you run, your body, you're like, you have, instead of like, I mean, obviously, I guess it helps your muscles, but like your vein, I learned that from, by the way. I don't think when you were gone, I had a penis guy. I did a Zoom with the penis guy. Janice.
His name is Janice.
Janice Biffrens.
His name's Janice?
That's like his like pseudonym for his penis company. That's like his YouTube name. But he was the one explaining to me, like, if you want to grow your dick, you have to do a lot of cardio because that releases a growth hormone. A lot of people push back.
That explains a lot.
I don't know.
Now that I'm thinking about it,
bro, I've been shrimping lately.
Well, you're working so hard. Once you're done working, once you're back in recovery, you'll get your dong.
I think it's
the
from
dong you deserve from working hard,
dude. I honestly think it's from I don't touch my dick.
That's really fucked up, man.
Yeah, I don't even touch it. I sometimes in bed I'll start to and go no. Just like hands down my pants.
Real fucked up.
Just my hands. I like my hands down my pants like normal, and I'll go, this is nice, and I go, bro, hands off.
What if I tugged it?
Hands off,
what
mister.
If I pulled on it. I know. Oh, I like that.
No, I got one in the chamber. Enough times passed where I got the bulletin. I got the bulletin this morning going, it's on. I said, you.
Nice.
But I'll tell you, man, when just from like, experimental point of view, just so you know the data, when you don't touch it for a while, you think it'd be a raging bull. It just starts to like deflate and die. So like my penis is just dying on my body. Which one day hopefully it'll just completely go, which would be nice. Then I can totally then I can totally lock in.
Fully ascend.
Then I'll get a 5 minute
then
mile.
You're really gonna be running and listening to Aztec books, smoking a cigar without a dick.
Then I can really focus. But yeah, I
appreciate that. That's what you're going for.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm done. Dude, it would be so nice to be done with it completely, but I don't think I am because I had very erotic dreams last night that were incredibly troubling. I can't even talk about it. They were
troubling?
They were so bad, yeah. They were so bad.
Who was it?
I was just like having sex with my wife so much, dude. It was fucking crazy. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, true. You can't.
I was just like making my wife come all night in my dreams. It was fucking crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was tight. We're actually making a movie, actually. It's pretty tight.
What's that?
I had to film myself having sex for a movie last night.
Oh.
Yeah, like my wife obviously was like blowing me nonstop in preparation of the role.
Good Lord, dude. You gotta jack off. You gotta jack off, dude.
It was troubling. The dream.
Enough of this.
The dream came to my head a couple times during the podcast, and I got kind of wobbled. Like I would just remember new things from it. Like, man, that was so fucked up. That dream was so fucking
that's the
crazy.
worst when you get a fucking nasty one,
and not even a wet dream either. I don't know what it is.
You better not have a fucking wet dream.
I haven't. I thought last night should have been the night. Not a dribble. Not a dribble. Not a drop.
It's time.
Not a dribble. Not a drop.
It's time.
We'll see.
It's time, Matt.
I've been on the fence a couple times, dude, but I'm in the brother chat. I can't be the first to fall.
You're gonna chat about it?
Yeah, me and my brothers, dude. We talk about not jerking off in the chat.
Oh, is this where you found out about the Covenant app?
No, my other friend sent me the Covenant app, which I was like, "That's good information. Thank you."
So brothers, and it's not Gay Bill. It's
me, Gay Bill, and Tom. Gay Bill hasn't.
A part of it.
Gay Bill, low key, hasn't fapped in the longest out of all of us. My brother Kevin is still holding down fapping rules.
Shout out, Kev.
Yeah, actually, I brought him in.
Shout out,
He's like, "You guys are fucking weird. Get me out of this group chat."
That's disgusting. Talking to your brothers about it.
Let me read, dude. It's the chat. Might be the funniest thing.
That's got to be so funny.
The chat.
You,
so
Tom,
nice.
and Bill.
Yeah, and Kevin. Reluctantly, and Kevin. Let me see. I'm trying to see the last thing. Everything I see in there, I'm always like, damn, this is the weirdest.
Let me get in that chat.
I'll
I'm
let
gonna
you
start tossing you guys some porn and seeing everybody spaz.
Dude, you'll get kicked out of the chat.
Kick me out. I just want to get in there and post a hot babe. Send the brothers into a spiral.
This is the chat. I won't say who from. Wasn't me. I swear to God, this wasn't me because this was Sunday. Came super close to a wet dream last night. Subject matter. Never mind. I can't even read that. Thank you for the update from Kevin. Please let me know when you come in your pants.
Your brothers?
The other person goes, haha, I sleep naked. I worry my non-gooting ways are going to lead to an unplanned pregnancy. My unvaxxed sperm can swim across bed sheets.
I know who that was.
My response actually was wet dream, totally fine, even ones of a homosexual nature. Don't worry about it.
That would suck. That would fucking blow.
Homosexual
dude.
wet dream would be crazy.
Homosexual wet dream would suck.
You're gay. At that point, you have to come out to your dad.
No, dude, it's just a dream. There's nothing.
No,
there's nothing you can do.
If you bust, you have to come out to your family and say, guys,
Last night
I had
you
a
gotta just
gay
include
dream.
your mom and dad in the group chat. Just go. Just go. I had a wet dream to gay sex.
At which I've had 1,000 of them, but I've never came. Last
never
night,
came.
I fully fucking came. And I just want to tell you guys about that now that I'm starting my new lifestyle. Or just be gay in your dreams. Be like, look, I'm straight as hell. But
It's like what's that show? Severance.
Severance, yeah.
In my dreams, I'm just gay as hell.
There's got to be someone that every night. I mean, there's got to be a lot of guys every night that have fucking gay dreams. Nuts.
That's why he was sleeping at the bar. He knew it was coming. That rickshaw got him excited. It was like the only place I can be gay.
I'm stuck on a rickshaw again. He's fully, and he passed out of the bar. He was trying to get free use. He's trying to be free use.
He tried to. His mouth was wide open. Almost like he. It wasn't regular. Yeah, he was awake.
He's just doing Kegels. Just fucking tightening that thing.
You got to jack off.
Well, I thought we were having fun. We're talking about being gay.
It's time to jack off.
Nah, man, I'm telling you, I came close. The last couple nights, I've been like, fuck it, dude. I can't go. Especially since I'm like, I've just been so shrimped out. I'm like, dude, this is getting crazy.
That's where you got to draw a line. Shrimped out.
Let me see how shrimped I can get. I want to go.
I
want to
appreciate
take it.
that.
Going all the
right,
way micro.
right.
Going totally micro. We'll see. If I'm like completely microed again, I might have sex tonight. So we'll see.
I hope you do.
If I get like at first it's just fucking log jamming. You have wicked hard ragers, and that's nice.
Log jamming, wicked hot ragers.
And then there was a couple times where I was going, well, I'm not log jamming right now. What the hell? I should be
jamming.
I should be jamming right now.
I'm fucking gone. Yes.
I should be jamming right now. It's just spaghetti night right now. It's fucking
Spaghetti
bullshit.
night again.
Spaghetti
In the
night.
moon every night.
Yeah, I go, I'm definitely turning 40 this year. I can tell. My body's sending me messages saying, hey, you're turning 40 this year, buddy.
Now you have a penis.
Now
now you have giant balls.
We'll see. I'll give you the full update.
I smashed my nuts getting out of the car today. I went and got coffee, and when I got out of the car.
Would you sit on them or hit
It's got one of those seats that kind of,
rips you?
Grip to the bottom of my sack.
Ooh.
Sorry. Just get out of the car. I was like, God! Just holding the car, shit in my hands. I was like, oh, shit.
Oh. I've caught a couple of full rockers in the nuts, like not too long. To where like I scream.
Yeah.
So my Chloe's 3, so they're at the age.
We hate rapping. Our balls are getting big.
Yeah,
it's true. We're geezed up,
dude. I got like an off the ropes elbow, full like off our coffee
kids
table. It's
slammed. Yeah,
it's insane, dude. Fully through. Also, dude, like I was taking a shit this morning, and I was like, it smelled awful.
It was a new smell.
It really was. It was.
It's always alarming when you unlock it. When
exactly.
you're taking a shit, you're like, wait a second.
Yeah,
this is a
you're
new
going
one.
like, this is pond mixed with it was bad.
This is pond.
It was very aqua based smell, and the dude. And like my my kids think it's funny to like bust in on me when I'm taking a shit, which it is.
They got it from their daddy.
But they got hit. True.
Yeah.
They got hit with the wall of smell. So I watched my one kid walk in like,
yeah.
oh, and just like ran out of the room. And I was like, yeah, get the fuck out of here.
The swamp thing was in there.
You feel so
dad.
powerful, dude.
That is nice.
It was a
people
muck.
trying to play a prank on you. Go, well, how about this?
How about bang?
Powers.
Hit the invisible wall. And Frill was just like
you used a force field.
Confused. I used the force on her. Felt so because when you come in on your dad's smells and you go, oh my god.
Yeah.
Being on the other end of that is fucking nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
Just full doors. I think I was wiping my ass. And I was like, get out of here. She go, ugh.
I did. Did we talk about it in L.A.? I hit my babe with one of those.
Did you?
She came back. I just took a dump, and she came back in the hotel room, and it was crazy. It was a new smell dump. It was like, what is happening? She came in. It was like, holy shit! The whole hotel stunk. We had to open the doors on the balcony. I was laying in bed like, shut the fuck up! I just shit. You.
They love it, dude.
Yeah, everybody loves it.
They love
Shaming
it.
someone for his stinky dump is so funny.
No, I'm saying they love the stinky dump. They fucking love it, dude. They every second of it, they're going, oh my god, this stinks so bad. And they're going, they fucking love it.
Yeah,
they're like soothsayers. They can only see your future when they're smelling your dump. They smell the dump and they go, and they have visions like the fucking three-eyed raven.
What's the consensus in the brothers chat about?
It's kind of quiet right now.
No, I mean just like I'm sure you guys are all bragging about benefits.
No, man, it's actually fucking my brother sent me this shit. He sent me this as just a babe.
Yeah.
And then I was like on my phone, Maya went over my shoulder. She goes, Dad, are you talking to your girlfriend? I was like, yo, what the fuck?
God damn.
I said, I have a fucking girlfriend. I said, where the hell are you getting that from? She's like, no, no. And I was like, wouldn't you be mad if Daddy had a girlfriend?
Would you be cool with that? You know?
Are you
like who
chill?
cares, right?
Are you chill? I guess your generation, it wouldn't even matter by then. It'd be
Your
like, whatever.
generation.
You guys should understand. Yeah, let me say, I'll say almost.
I'd imagine there's some bragging going on.
I mean, yeah, dude.
It's typically
in the beginning, it's been pretty quiet. That's why I'm kind
I think
of.
you guys are hitting the. Yeah.
At first, it was nothing but like, yeah. At first, dude, look. At first, it was this, just a guy, cool guy, long hair. Now my brother's sending me slightly goon material. I'm like, yo, bro, chill, man.
Who's gonna break first? You think?
I don't know, man. Me probably. That's why I'm
Yeah.
trying not to be the weak link.
But people could also be fibbing.
Dude, fibbing about not doing it is where I've said it before. It's where you end up with like boys in a motel room. If you fib about fibbing, then you just
Yeah.
you end up fucking
Doing something bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because you go, what else what other secrets?
I can get away with anything.
True. I'm gonna text him now. Be like, I hope every day is a beautiful mystery for you.
Yeah. Enigmas.
Those letters were crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Do you think Trump had swag like that back in the day?
I think he did have
Hitting up his
swag.
boy. I don't know, man. That's like one of those ones that's so spot on that you're like, that'd be a genius to come up with that.
Yeah.
You're a beautiful enigma. May every day be a beautiful mystery for you, my friend. Stay mysterious.
If he wrote that, I'm done with him.
It's kind of, I mean, it is hyper swag. To
It
just
is a lot
write
of
a
swag.
pedophile letter being like, you're a beautiful little mystery.
You're a little secret. You're my secret.
Although those dudes, yeah, I mean, that's never mind.
I like that everyone's running with the Epstein thing now.
What do you mean?
They're just like, Trump's on the list. It's like, yeah, we all knew that.
Yeah.
The whole time.
We knew it. Although everyone was holding out hope that he was with the staff.
You could still be on the list and hang out with the staff, dude.
Yeah.
If you went and hung out with the staff, you're on the list.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I heard he was on the list, and I turned kind of a blind eye, where I was just kind of like,
Nah.
I knew it. And I was like, oh, we'll see what comes out. But
Yeah.
I was more focused on Gates because I was like, at least they didn't hang out after he was.
You want Gates.
I want it. Yeah,
You'll bring
I
him
do.
down.
I do. Well, also apparently it's like on the record they're hanging out after he was busted as a pedo.
Yeah.
So in my head I was going, and I don't whatever. I'm not like the biggest Trump supporter, but it's like maybe he hung out with him before he was a convicted pedo.
Yeah.
But is there any info on that? Like, did they bro down after the conviction? That's the real.
When was the first one in Florida? Was it late 90s? Oh, okay. It was like 07. It was under Obama. Oh, never mind.
Didn't Trump spaz after like the Epstein stuff didn't go his way, and didn't he like I'll arrest Obama as like a recovery? Such a funny thing. Like, dude, you're a pedophile. Like, dude, I'll arrest Obama right now.
I'll arrest
dude.
Barack
Fucking,
Obama. If you guys keep calling me a pedophile, I'm going to arrest Barack Obama. 2008. Okay. So that was, that was during Obama.
So, okay, so Epstein got busted during Obama?
Yeah, but all the Trump stuff is from pre the bust. You know?
That's what I'm saying. Did he chill with him after the bust? That's the $1 million
big thing.
That's $1 million question. Was he his beautiful mystery then? That's the question.
Well, we'll find out next week.
True. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Goodbye.
You're listening to The Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Welcome back to the broadcast, friends. Welcome back to Corbett Report Radio. I'm your host, as always, James Corbett, here from CorbettReport.com in the sunny climes of Western Japan. So once again, thank you all for tuning in wherever, whenever, and however you are tuning in, wherever in the world you might be. And we have a great conversation lined up for you tonight, but before we get into that, I just want to say mea culpa. I must admit I made a mistake on last night's edition of the program. I was talking about the Eisenhower farewell address and the use of the term the military-industrial complex that he used in that farewell address as he was handing over the reins of power to JFK back in '61. And yet, even though I know it was Eisenhower, and even though, in fact, I've been working on an article for my forthcoming book on that very subject of that very speech, for some reason I said Johnson repeatedly. And luckily there are people out there paying attention, and they did get in touch with me through CorbettReport.com to let me know that I made that mistake. Well, thank you all out there for doing that. I'm glad to hear that you're paying attention. And yes, I don't know why I made a mistake like that, but there you go. It happens even to the best of us, even to me. So just another proviso for all of you out there to always check into what I'm saying, and please call me out when you hear me make a silly mistake like that. But on that note, let's switch to something else entirely. Tonight on the program, we're going to be talking about schooling and education, which is something that we've talked about before in relation to the work of people like John Taylor Gatto and, of course, the Peace Revolution podcast, TragedyAndHope.com. We've been exploring this subject in various ways, but tonight we're going to be talking to someone who has written a fascinating book that I hope people will take a look at. Her name is Laurette Lynn, and her book is the, well, aptly and provocatively and humorously entitled Don't Do Drugs, Stay Out of School. She can be found at laurettelynn.com. So, Laurette, thank you so much for joining us tonight on the program.
Thank you for the invitation, James. It's really great to be here. It's an honor.
Excellent. Well, I am very much looking forward to this discussion. It's not something that we talk about nearly enough, considering how profoundly important it is to every single person in the world, whether they were once a child, are a child, or plan to have a child. I think there could be nothing more important than the concept of schooling. But before we get into the meat and potatoes, we have about 2.5 minutes before the first break. So can you give us the 190-second synopsis of who you are and where you come from?
Well, I come from Brooklyn, New York. I was born and raised in the city, but I don't think you're looking for that much detail. I am an advocate for independent education and learning without school. I'm an advocate and a supporter of living and learning without intervention and interference from the school dogma or the school paradigm. And, I try to support parents and encourage parents to understand and embrace the idea that we can learn and we can help our children learn and become educated without school, and to break free from the false understanding that schooling and education are synonymous, which they are not. So that's basically what I've been doing for the past, I'd say, 3 or 4 years now.
Excellent. And speaking of mistakes, I just said 190 seconds when I meant 150. So sounds like I could use some more schooling myself, or unschooling as the case may be. So how did you actually fall off the treadmill, as it were? How did you discover what led to the creation of this website and the book and all the work that you're doing?
Well, I describe it in a lot more detail in the beginning of the book. I have a pretty dense preface in the beginning of the book. But basically, when I became a parent, my life really changed. It really altered. A lot of things changed. And I know a lot of parents say that. They say, well, when you have a kid, everything changes. But I think something a little bit more profound may have happened. And right around that same time, my firstborn daughter was 2 weeks old when 9/11 happened, and I was living in New York City, and I didn't know where my husband was, and my baby was 2 weeks old, and that was his first day back to work, and that had a really profound effect, I think, on how I moved forward as a parent. And then living in New York for those first few years surrounding 9/11 and how the atmosphere changed and the political climate changed and the social climate changed really had an impact on my parenting and the choices that I made. So I started to make informed, deliberate choices, and then everything kind of spiraled out from there.
I can imagine. Well, let's leave the story there, and we'll pick it up from there after the break. Once again, talking to Laurette Lynn, laurettelynn.com, and of course the link will be in the show notes for tonight's episode at CorbettReport.com. Stay right there. We'll be right back after this. All right, friends, welcome back to the program. Welcome back to Corbett Report Radio here on the Republic Broadcasting Network. And for the next hour of radio programming, we are going to be talking to Lorette Lynn at LoretteLynn.com and talking about her book, Don't Do Drugs, Stay Out of School, talking about the stultifying government-run education system and what parents can do to escape that treadmill, that trap that puts their children on the very same path that we've all been on for a very long time because we are just steeped into it literally from the moment of our birth. It's a pretty big and overwhelming subject, but it needs to be addressed because I believe this truly is the path towards the intergenerational revolution that will be more important and more profound and hopefully change the world for a better place in much more certain terms than any type of pitchfork wielding rebellion on the White House or anything along those lines. So let's start to get into this idea and really what's at stake here. And Lorette, you start your book by saying, I wrote this book because I have come to believe that school is bad for us. That is the simplest way to say it. And that is a very simple way to say it, but it's an extremely difficult thing for a lot of people to understand since we have all been indoctrinated since our birth to believe that education is schooling and schooling is education. Let's start dismantling that idea. So what first, how do you introduce people to this idea when you first start raising it with them?
You know, over the years I've evolved because before I talked about home education, I talked to parents about natural parenting and natural birth and, you know, just doing more natural stuff with children. So I've always been an advocate for things that are a little bit out of the ordinary and out of the mainstream. When I started talking about home education, it was really just from a perspective that, oh, you know, this is a great option for families who maybe school's not working for them. But the more I researched, the more I learned about it, the more I read, I started to realize that not only was home education a good alternative, but it was better insofar as school was actually harming people. And the more you learn about the origin of schooling through history, the more that idea really solidifies for you, and you realize there's so much truth in that, and truth that we don't realize when we're going through the system ourselves. So when I first bring it up, you know, it depends upon the audience. It depends upon who you're talking to, of course, because you want to take more of a gentle approach with people who have never heard of the concept before, and because if they think you're a crackerjack right out of the box, they're not going to hear you anymore. They're not going to listen to you anymore. And this is such an important message that you want it to come across. But there does have to be some veracity there. There does have to be some real strength behind it. You can't be wishy-washy about it. You can't be weak about it. So I find that I have difficulty saying, well, it's okay and, you know, school's all right for some people because it's just not true. It's just not true. So yes, it is a very difficult little pill to swallow when we first hear it. But as you well know, James, that's how truth is sometimes. Once you have it, though, and once you wrap your brain around it, there is simply nothing more liberating than knowing the truth.
Well, that is so well said, and it's definitely a point that resonates with me, and I'm sure a lot of the listeners out there who have tried to educate others on various subjects, and it's difficult to overcome people's knee-jerk responses to a lot of subjects that they just haven't ever thought of for themselves. And when it comes to education, it just pervades so much of who we are as individuals, since we've all been raised, or most of us have been raised in the school system as we've come to understand it. So let's start breaking down some of the specific points that you talk about in the book about the ways that people are basically conditioned in their school years, including conditioned to accept constant panopticon-like surveillance, conditioning to accept dependence on outside authority for validation of one's own self-worth, conditioned to basically submission to authorities, etc. So many different aspects of this. Let's start talking about some of those ideas.
Well, that's really what it comes down to. This is why I believe that school is harmful, and school has been harmful for generation after generation after generation and continues to be. And one of the most dangerous side effects or symptoms, like you were just saying now, is that it's so difficult for people to accept that truth. That is a condition of the conditioning in and of itself. Most of us grew up in this system. It's very hard for us to accept that our entire lives were a trick, that we spent 15 years of our childhood inside of a system that has tricked us. Or it's even more difficult for parents to accept that they are putting their children back into that same corrupt system. And I even speak to parents that are would consider themselves outside the box, quote unquote, or outside of the mainstream, and they will talk to me about politics, and they will talk to me about anarchy and 9/11 and vaccine issues or whatever other issues, controversial issues that are out there right now. So then I introduce the schooling to them, and all of a sudden that's shocking. So the conditioning runs so deep, and we really need to look at ourselves and say, okay, what have we done here? How damaging has this conditioning become to society and culture, and how long has it been going on? One of the things that you mentioned was getting used to surveillance, getting used to the panopticon surveillance, getting used to validation by an authority. These are all very little and subtle things that this artificial process conditions us for, and we accept as real and we accept as normal, and we don't see it until someone points it out. And that's what I'm trying to do with the book, is point it out. For example, getting used to surveillance. Children in school are constantly surveilled. We were, when you and I were in school, and assuming that you went to school as well, we were surveilled. Of course, we were surveilled, and you just knew that somebody was watching all the time. You behaved yourself in school, and you didn't talk, because even if you knew the teacher wasn't looking, you figured she was going to see at some point, or the principal was going to see you, or some school aide was going to see you. You just got used to the fact that you had to behave yourself because someone's watching. Not because it's the right thing to do, not because it's the human thing to do, but because someone is watching. You just accept that from the time you're 4 years old. Someone's watching. Now it's even worse, because now the schools blatantly have cameras. Now the schools blatantly, some of them have TSA agents working in there. They blatantly have scanners and metal detectors, and these kids are just perfectly used to video surveillance and the knowledge that someone is always watching and there's some authority figure, and that's behavior modification. So they enter into the quote-unquote real world thinking that this actually is the real world. So 1984 becomes a reality for these kids.
Right, a type of almost self-fulfilling prophecy, because, again, it is inculcated into us from such an early age. But, of course, each of us are individuals, and we each experience this conditioning in different ways. And, for example, in the book, you write about children that cry at the separation from their parents the first time they have to go to school, etc. Actually, for my own part, I was the youngest of 3 boys, so I used to watch my older brothers go off to school every day, and I used to long to be able to go to school, because I think that was part of growing up for me. So I actually was so eager for it when it finally came. But something that did really resonate with me from your book was when you wrote about young people who basically decide to go to university just because it is the next step, and it's just something they actually get conditioned to looking for people to structure their lives and tell them what to do, etc. And I can very much relate to that. I went into university straight after high school because it was just the next step for me. It was just the next thing that had been laid out, and I guess was the most comfortable. And looking back, I mean, there were some good things to, I suppose, my university education, but certainly nothing that I couldn't have taught myself on my own time, and saved a lot of money in the process. So I do regret that. So I think everyone comes at this from their own perspective. When you first started falling out of the system, was there anything about your own conditioning from the childhood that really surprised you when you started to examine it?
Well, yes, of course. When the idea of home educating my children first occurred to me, I rejected it. And I said, no, that's too crazy for me. And, at the time I was going through my own metamorphosis as far as my own preconditioned ideas on society and philosophy, were. But even to me, that seemed outrageous. It's just what you do. Your kid turns 3.5, 4 years old. And in New York City, that's how it was. 4 years old was the accepted age to put your child into the school system. And they turn 4, and that's what you do. You send them off to school, and you wash your hands, and you say, okay, I don't know how to handle their ABCs, so you go ahead and do it for me, and you leave. When I started looking at the different schools and deciding where my daughter was going to go, that's when things started to get turned around for me. And make a long story short, ended up deciding to tackle home education and so on and so forth, learning more and more. But at some point, I said, you know what? I don't want my child to be in this same mill. And I started remembering my own feeling of being herded and my own feeling of what am I doing on this hamster wheel? You go to school so that you can be trained to get a job, and you're under the impression that you've chosen your career or that you've chosen your job, but somehow along the lines you've been set up for that. Maybe not specifically, maybe in a very non-specific way, but you've been trained to believe that this is what you do. You go to grammar school, and then you go to junior high school, and you endure some bullying, and you endure some peer pressure, and you try some drugs, and then you go to college. Well, you have to go to college because anybody that doesn't go to college is just a loser, right? So you go to college even if you don't know what you want to do with your life, and you must pick something, because if you don't know what you're doing by the time you're in your 20s, you're a loser. And, you know, that's it, you're just conditioned for that. So by the time I was 22 years old, there I was, and I had a cosmopolitan job. I had a very well-paying job. I had my college education. I had my career. I was doing great. I was working in Manhattan, and everything was great. And I was very unhappy. But for all intents and purposes, I had it all. But still I was unhappy because I was in what they would consider a rat race, and I wanted to save my children from that.
And isn't it sad that so many people can relate to the story that you just told, and yet we've all come to internalize just how normal that is? Well,
we accept it as normal because we're trained to believe it's normal.
Exactly right. Well, let's start denormalizing that, and we'll get into that right after this break. Let's take another short breather. Once again, talking to Lorette Lynn, LoretteLynn.com.
The Corbett Report is brought to you by the 2010 Video Archive DVD. Buy your copy today at CorbettReport.com.
All right, welcome back, friends. Welcome back to Corbett Report Radio. Once again tonight, we're talking to Lorette Lynn of LoretteLynn.com. She's also the author of the book Don't Do Drugs, Stay Out of School. And we're talking about the education system and what it does to children and how parents can escape that. And I think the first thing we have to do is challenge our assumptions and the conditioning that we've been talking about. So just before the break, we mentioned the idea of denormalizing the idea of schooling and education that we've grown up with, because it's so important to realize that, in fact, the compulsory education system that we've all just come to accept as the norm for human society has in fact only existed in its current form for a very relatively short time when we look at the time frame of civilizations. So, Lorette, let's start looking at some of that history. And for example, in the early 20th century, this was still something that was being argued about at the federal level. And you had people like President Wilson trying to argue for why we needed to have compulsory education. And he had some surprising arguments about that. Why don't we talk about some of this history?
Well, it was a business move. And most of the states at the time, we're talking about early 1900s, starting in the late 1800s, but at that time there was school, and a lot of people will say that to me too, and that's the argument. Oh, but school existed since ancient Greece, since the days of Socrates, and that is true. But it was not the compulsory system that we have today, and it's very important that we understand this distinction between how children historically were educated, even formally educated, even if they're educated outside of the sanctity of their own family, how that happened throughout history and how it is happening in the artificial process that it exists within the last 100 years, specifically in this country. But we have to understand, first of all, that what the model that we're using now, the compulsory system that we're using now, is modeled after the German system, which was a vehicle for Nazi Germany before World War II. So that whole era, that whole section of humanity was conditioned to believe that what Nazi Germany was doing was the right thing. And they supported it. That's how, I read a book recently. I'm going to go into that for just 1 second so I can round this back. The book itself, it was written in a very mediocre way, but the idea was so profound to me. And it was, how do you kill 11 million people? And the message in the book, the answer was, lie to them. And that's basically how you do it. You lie and you tell people generation after generation after generation that this is education, this is good for you, this is good for your mind, and you let them believe that it's just a normal part of life. And here we are. Now, when we talk about all the things like you talk about on your show, James, and we are trying to develop solutions for all these things by spreading the truth, but let's ask ourselves how we got here to begin with. How did we get to this place where so much of humanity has just accepted all of these tyrannical things that are happening to us? And the answer is because we've been conditioned little by little by little to accept these things and allow them to happen. So in the early 1900s, the idea of this mandatory compulsory school system was introduced to the country. Most of the states were rejecting it. They thought it was a terrible idea. Education is a good idea, learning is a good idea, but forcibly taking children from their parents and making it mandatory that they must go to school and they must be in this system. And think about that too. Who is choosing what the children are learning? Who's in charge? It's not the parents anymore, it's the state. So now the state gets to decide what every single child is going to learn, how they're going to learn it, and what information they are going to have access to and what information will be kept from them. That is a dangerous idea, and I think people 100 years ago knew that. That's why they rejected it. Eventually it came to pass because the politicians that wanted to make sure that this happened got the businessmen at that time on their side. And if you remember, of course, in history, this was the time of the rise of the businessmen, the Industrial Revolution, and the heydays of Rockefeller and all of his friends. So President Wilson in 1909 gets together in a meeting with these businessmen, and he explains to them how it can benefit them and the future of their profit margins if they support this legislation. And he says to them, quote, "We want one class to have a liberal education. We want another class, a very much larger class of necessity, to forego the privilege of a liberal education and fit them to perform specific, difficult manual tasks. Meaning that we want to train workers to work for your companies to make you richer and be consumers and buy your products so that they will do exactly what we train them to do." And now, 100 years later, most parents automatically, compulsively, without questioning it, without thinking about it, say, "My child has turned 4 years old, I will drive them to school, or I will put them on a school bus." We don't question it, we don't think about it, we simply do it. And then you have parents that don't do it, and they're considered, of course, fringe and crazy. And think about that, James. I taught my own children how to read, how to write, how to spell, and now that they're getting older, I'm helping them learn about biology and chemistry and higher mathematics, and we're finding tutors, and we're learning ourselves with the help of our community, with the help of other family members. And yet I'm crazy, but the people that are compulsively putting their children on a bus.
It is a strange spot that we've arrived at, but again, it is part of that conditioning, and we keep stressing that word, but that's because that's so fundamental to how the system operates. Well, again, we're running up against another break. Let's take another short break, but we have a nice long segment coming up to continue our conversation with Lorette Lynn, LoretteLynn.com.
It starts with you and me. It starts with you and me.
All right, welcome back to the program, friends. Once again, this is James Corbett, CorbettReport.com. If you're just joining us, tonight we're talking to Lorette Lynn of LoretteLynn.com about her book, Don't Do Drugs, Stay Out of School. And we're talking about the school system that unfortunately has become the norm for so many of us in society. But there is the bright side of this, that more and more people are becoming educated about the education system and what it's really about. And more people are refusing to go along with it just by default. So Lorette, let's shift the conversation a little bit. Of course, it is important just to get some of the basic ideas out on the table. So why don't we try a type of dialogue? Why don't I play the part of just the typical person who is encountering this type of information for the first time? And why don't I ask some of the questions that you inevitably get asked by those people, and you can provide some of the responses. For example, I'm sure a lot of parents who are hearing this for the first time might say something along the lines of, well, that's all well and dandy, but I'm no teacher, so how can I possibly teach my children?
That is a very common question that is asked of me, and also if I'm a teacher and if I'm myself qualified to teach my own children. But the answer that I have is, you have to be careful, because I don't really have anything against teachers. I think for the most part, teachers are just people like you and me who go through the school system and think, hey, I really like kids, I'd like to do this for a living, and they go ahead and they become teachers. And it's really just as simple as that. There are bad apples in the bunch, of course. There's corruption, and there's the teachers' unions and everything else, but that's not on the individual. It's important to remember, however, let's separate ourselves from taking it personally. Teachers are trained to school large classrooms full of children. That is true. As a parent, I don't know that I would be able to do that without having been trained to do it like they want it done. However, that is not what I'm trying to accomplish with my children. I'm not trying to be their teacher. I'm trying to be their parent, and the best one that I can be. Helping them learn, helping them discover the world, helping them learn how to communicate, helping them learn how to understand the world around them, and helping them to sharpen themselves and become healthy physically, spiritually, and intellectually is part of my role as their parent. I do not have to be trained in how to handle or how to provide specific information for 30, 40, 50 kids at a time, because that is not my goal, that is not what I'm trying to do, and that is not my job. All I need to do is be a present and active parent and understand that their intellectual health is my responsibility, just like their spiritual health and their physical health is. That's the distinction between what a teacher is and what a parent is, and why you can and you're supposed to do it yourself.
Well, if I can just slip out of my role for a second and slip back into my own skin, absolutely, I have to second that, because as someone who did spend years of my life here in Japan in the public education system teaching classes of 20 or 30 students at a time, I can absolutely attest to the fact that the majority of the teacher's job and what they train for, what they prepare for, and what they think about is how to handle that many children and get them all, somewhat on the same page and handling the same tasks, etc. And obviously that's not something that a stay-at-home parent would have to worry about when teaching their own children. So I think You're exactly right on that. It's more about the process than it is simply about what is specifically being taught in any given lesson. But
well, James, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but also to point out, teachers are, especially here in the United States, and I'm sure it's similar wherever you go nowadays, because it's the same compulsory system. You become a slave to the system. You have to teach what the pre-selected curriculum is, even if you disagree with that curriculum. That is what your job is. That's where you're getting your paycheck. That's what you have to do. If you deviate from that, you risk your job, or you risk getting reprimanded for deviating from that. And you cannot, it's just not feasible. It's logistically impossible to really hone in on any one child's given talents or their unique abilities. You have to teach to the median, which means that the kids that are excelling have to slow down and just wait for the other ones to catch up. And the kids that are lacking, that are maybe not catching on as quickly, have to either speed up, or they slip through the cracks, which they often do, or they just get pushed along, and different programs that we have that aren't really working. So it's really, I don't ever blame individual teachers for this problem. They're just unwitting victims of the same system, unfortunately.
All right, back into the clueless parent mode. Well, if I have my children, if I take my children out of school, then how will they learn how to socialize with other children? And even barring that, I mean, won't they? Schooling is such a common shared experience for so many people. If I deprive my children of that, they won't be able to relate to the people around them.
Yeah, that is the most common question that home educating families are asked. What about socialization? And that is why I dedicated an entire chapter of this book to the socialization question, because it is the first question on everyone's mind. And I answer that by rejecting the premise of the question itself. Think about what you're asking when you're asking that. How are my children going to socialize? Is socialization really what you want? Socialization, by definition, is a process of conditioning. That is the definition of socialization. So when most parents understand that, they kind of go, well, no, but you know what I mean. I just want them to meet other people and make friends. Okay, so then we're assuming that the only place a child can possibly meet other people and make friends is inside of a classroom with 30 other children that are exactly the same age and most of the time from exactly the same ethnic and social background, and one adult for every single day of their lives for 15 years of their lives. That is a healthy social experience for a child? No, that's not a healthy social experience for anyone. That is a very contrived and forced environment. So the children are making friends, but they're making friends with the only choices that they have. When you're outside of that containment, you're in the actual real world where we interact with people and we see people and we meet people every single day. Sure, there are home educators and home educated kids that are not as outgoing as other people, but isn't that normal, James? Some people are more outgoing than other people. A lot of times when people meet my family and meet my daughter, they're stunned that she's home educated because she's just so friendly. And that always makes me laugh because I think, well, what are you assuming? To me, it's really the opposite. When you take a child and lock them inside of a building, and think about what some of these buildings look like, especially in the crowded cities, the old school buildings, they look like prisons. You lock them inside this cage for 15 years of their lives, and you think that's a healthy social experience? You think that's the real world? We spend 15 years trying to prepare them for the real world, and we never give them a taste of it. It's crazy. That's why to really understand it, you have to reject the question.
I agree completely once again, and of course how can we possibly be surprised that bullying is such a pervasive phenomenon for young people when they are locked up in that environment with 30 strangers that just happen to be the same age? And
you start to go bananas.
Yeah. In many, many different ways. Well, okay, back into my role here. Well, this is all well and good, and if I had the time and the resources to do it, I would love to keep my children at home, but I don't. I have to work, so it is the most convenient way to do this.
Yeah, this is a little bit more touchy than the other subjects, because I do understand that in a lot of households today do require double incomes. Okay, and I also understand that there are also a lot of single-parent households out there. The one thing that I will start with is that in the 12 years now, about 12 years almost, that I have been home educating, I have met probably thousands of families, because not only am I a home educating mom, but I'm also an advocate. And I had the radio show for 2 years, and I did a lot of public speaking and a lot of traveling and a lot of article writing and everything else. So I've met a lot of home educating families. There are many single parent home educating families out there, both single moms and single dads. And we're talking about single working moms, not welfare moms, because that's not usually the home educating types. These are single working moms and single working dads that are out there that are home educating, sometimes with single children, sometimes with multiple children. And the answer in those situations is usually when it's important, you find a way to make it work. When you have really got it into your mind and understand just how harmful school can be for your child, You do whatever you need to do to make it work. Sometimes that involves the help of family and friends to babysit while you need to be at work. Because remember, when you're helping your child with academics, and a lot of parents do home education differently. Some are very informal about it and very flexible. Some are more formal about it, but it doesn't matter. Even if you're going to do formal academics, first of all, it takes much less time than it takes in the classroom to spend per day with your child. A couple of hours is really all you really need, because you're essentially teaching them how to learn. A lot of it is happening on their own, all by themselves. And that can happen at 2 o'clock in the morning if that works for your family. It can happen at 10 a.m. It can happen at 3 a.m. It can happen whenever you need it to happen. So you do it around your work schedule. Same rule applies for families that require double working incomes. Okay, you have mom and dad that are both off to work and they need to figure out how to make it happen. This is how you make it happen. Then when the children get older and no longer require supervision or a babysitter, then it becomes less of an issue and you just work around that and you find a way to make it work. You have to kind of hook up with support groups, whether it be virtual or online, and that's when you start really hearing ideas from other families. You take those ideas and you incorporate them. But the number one most important thing is to really wrap it around your brain and say, this is important. This is my child I'm talking about. This is my child. I am their parent. I know that school is not going to be a healthy experience for them. I'm going to do whatever I need to do. You do whatever you need to do as a parent to make sure that your child doesn't get poisonous food, to make sure that they are physically healthy. And you do whatever you need to do to make sure that they're spiritually healthy, regardless of what your beliefs are, or even if you don't have any beliefs, you make sure that you have those conversations with your child, because you do what you need to do as a parent to keep them alive. Their intellectual well-being is just as important, because that, James, is what's going to make the difference in that child, whether or not they're going to be vulnerable to the lies and the tyranny when they become older. If you are able to protect them from that now, that's going to save their lives later at some point and save their liberty and save their freedom. So if it's important to you, you find a way to make it work.
Exactly right. And of course, it is important, as you stress there, that just because people are homeschooling doesn't mean they're all by themselves and there's no one else in their situation. Of course, there are communities of support out there for people in these situations. Let's talk about some of that support and some of the organizations, et cetera, that people can get involved with that help out in this regard.
Well, all you really have to do nowadays is Google home education or the term homeschooling. I try to stay away from the term homeschooling for obvious reasons, and I stick with home education. But Google either of those terms, and pages and pages come up, sometimes so much so that it's overwhelming. You have to kind of sift through it and narrow it down a little bit. But if you need help with academics, there's a plethora of curriculum choices out there to help you with academics. There's a plethora of cooperatives and support groups. There's virtual support groups. There's live support groups. And depending on where you live and what state you live in, if you're in the United States or even anywhere in the country, it's becoming much more popular in Europe now than it's ever been before. You can find a lot of not only support groups, live support groups, but I live in a state. I live in the United States, okay? And I live in a state that has the most home educating families per capita than any other state in the nation. Because of that, our community and our city and our environment has responded, and the businesses have responded, because we have actually become a force to be reckoned with. I can go to the library and find classes being given specifically during day hours for home educating families. I can find that in the community centers. I can find in stores discounts being given to home educating families. My children were on a home educating family swim team, and that competed against the other schools. There's an organization, a sports organization for home educating families that compete with the high schools. So the more and more families that drop out of the compulsory system, the more the community starts to recognize it, and the more we become a force to be reckoned with. And we have our own organization. We have our own cooperative effort. It's not government run. It's not state run. It's just a bunch of families together with similar ideas and interests. And we help each other and we volunteer. One parent will offer to do a weekly science class with the kids. Another parent will offer to do a weekly creative writing class, or, you know, whatever it may be. I teach a speaking and oration class for homeschool kids. So that once you enter into this world, the doors start to just fling themselves open for you, and you find more and more support, even if it's just online support, even if you're in a remote area. Some people are in other countries where home education is really not prevalent at all, but they find a lot of support from virtual sources and people online.
Absolutely. Well, what an incredible age we're living in. It is difficult to go against the tide, but much of the hard work has already been done for people who are just getting into this. So I think people have to take advantage of all those things that are available. You've been at this for a number of years now. Have you started to see a big turning of the tide when it comes to this issue among the general public?
Yes, just in the time that I've been doing it, I'd say in the last decade, there has definitely been a shift in perspective, and there's been a growth, a huge spike in growth. And I think that has a lot to do with a lot of the political and social issues that we've been pounded with over the last decade. And a lot of people are making those choices and those decisions. And as a result, of course, the support has grown. So we have even more resources available to us now. And of course, with the growth of the internet and access to information, we have virtual schools opening up and virtual courses, and it's just so much easier now and so much more effective to get a good education outside of the classroom than it is inside of the classroom. Other countries are starting to catch on now, but I think when I talk to home educators that were doing it before me, say in the last 30 years, they really see more of a boom, more of a spike than I see, because those were the pioneers, the ones that made it possible for us to enjoy it.
Absolutely. Well, again, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, so let's take advantage of that perspective. And on that note, we have one more final break coming up, and we'll be back to wrap things up with Laurette Lynn right after this break.
One day in Manhattan, clear as could be.
All right, friends, welcome back. We are in the final moments of tonight's broadcast. Once again, if you have just been joining us, or if you've been wondering who I'm talking to, it is Laurette Lynn. That's LauretteLynn.com, LauretteLynn.com. Of course, that will be linked up in the show notes for tonight's episode. And of course, we've been talking about her book, Don't Do Drugs, Stay Out of School. And I hope you will check that out. But Laurette, I understand you've done quite a bit of work on this over the years, including a radio show, etc. Tell people what else you've been working on in this regards.
The radio show I did for 2 years that just ended in August, and I'm actually starting a new show in January. You can find details about that and follow that progress at LauretteLynn.com, of course. We're going to be talking, of course, about education, but a little bit more about parenting and social and political titles and headlines that affect parenting and that affect education, of course. I also did a great deal of public speaking about education reform and home education advocacy. I don't travel too much anymore, but I did do a great deal of writing before that, and I will do media and local speaking. It depends upon what it is. I have another book coming out in the fall that's more about the logistics of home education. Now that you've decided that you should not go to school, here's what you can do. So that's another resource. And incidentally, James, anyone that would like a copy of Don't Do Drugs, Stay Out of School, it's available in paperback and ebook on my site, LauretteLynn.com. And I will offer a 10% discount to any of your listeners if they use the code Corbett, CORBETT.
Excellent. And tell people once again where they should go for that.
LauretteLynn.com, and you'll see a tab there that says book. Just click on that, or LauretteLynn.com/book, and you can get it right there.
Excellent. Well, I hope people will take advantage of that, and I hope they will be looking forward to the radio show, which you say is coming out in January?
Yes, in January.
Okay, great. Well, I'm looking forward to that, and I certainly hope that we can get you back on the program again in the future to talk more about this subject, because obviously a lot more to talk about, as you say, not just with education itself, but parenting more generally. Some very important subjects that do affect so much of the population, even if they don't necessarily think about it or make that explicit. So once again, thank you for all the work that you're doing, and thank you again for your time tonight.
Sure. Thank you for inviting me. It's been great to be here.
Excellent. Well, there she goes, Lorette Lynn. Once again, LoretteLynn.com, and I hope people will check that out and obviously take advantage of that 10% discount on the book. Don't do drugs, stay out of school. Once again, use the code Corbett, C-O-R-B-E-T-T, for that 10% discount for Corbett Report listeners. And on that note, that's going to be it for our program this evening, but I'm going to be back obviously 23 hours from now, same time, same channel, and we're going to be talking to Carrie Lutz of the Financial Survival Network, talking about what's happening in the economy and what you can do to better prepare yourself and your household savings, and hopefully you have some household savings for the future and the future economic storms that are coming. And then on Friday night, we're going to have news and open phone lines, and I've been getting a lot of suggestions this week for stories to cover, news stories that are coming up. So as always, I'll stress, if you do come across a news story you think would be good for the program, please just send in the link through the Corbett Report contact form, and I will put it in the list, and we will talk about it on Friday night. And of course, the phone lines will be open for your calls and comments then as well. So that's it for me for tonight. Once again, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, and once again, the Corbett Report is brought to you by you, so your support and your purchases of the DVDs, your subscriptions, and your donations are all very, very much appreciated. So on that note, until tomorrow night, thank you all for listening to tonight's edition, and take care.
Summer